Hello, beautiful people. Hope you are having a great weekend so far. I certainly did. Happy Pride Month. And I say that because I just got back from a Pride Month festival. Can you believe it? And it's my first time going to one. And little did I think that I was going to be walking walking a pride parade. So, how about I start from the very beginning? So, my friends and I, we just met up at my friend's parents' place. We've all been friends for about a little over a decade, 15 years. And so we meet up. It's like early in the morning for me at least because I'm a 10 a.m. girly, okay? I like my late mornings, okay? I like taking like if I have to wake up at like 8 or 9 a.m., I like to at least take my time while I'm getting ready and stuff and be nice and chill. And I'm just like scared of like coming out late because I mean I set like two alarms for around like 6:45, 7 a.m. Not long after my stream's over because I mean it was kind of um a last minute idea, which was for me to go to this festival. And it was like, y'all probably saw it during the stream too. I was like getting texted like every few seconds, like, hey, we're thinking like this is very last minute, but we wanted to get you into a festival, like get to a festival before you leave for Japan. Do you want to go? And I was like, okay, yeah, let's do it. And it was around like 11:30-ish, so it was just after I ended the stream and then raided. Um, but yeah, really wanted to go. I figured it would be a nice summer memory before I had to leave. Even though I will be back midsummer, but I still wanted to like do something nice and memorable before I left. And so I went and I had an amazing time. So I went to my friend's place. We met up together. Then we drove up to the trolley station, rode up to the city, and we happened to get there just in time for the festival. I happened to bump into one of my old tech coworkers. So hello to my fellow techies who happen to be watching this video. Go Blue Hens. I miss y'all so much. Love you. Hope y'all tune into this sometime and just see my adventures after this point. But but yeah, happened to see one of my old coworkers on the way over, and my friend had some face paint, put some on, and a couple colors were a little bit off. So thankfully, my my tech friend adjusted it a little bit, and it was much closer to the colors that it was supposed to be. And we happened to pull into the city right when the festival, like the parade line was towards the end, and so we got to see the procession. And then towards the tail end, there was this group of people with the ace flag. So, yeah, I guess it's a bit of a coming out party today. I'm Demi, to be more specific, but we are under the ace umbrella. So, there you go. But anyway, I pulled out my ace flag. I mean, it's like one of the few times where this is like one. I guess I was making my debut a little bit because it was one of the first times that I decided to like pull it out in public because I'm pretty low profile for the most part. Hey, fellow Demi, nice. So I pull it out. I do that, and then like there's this group of people with a ace flag coming over, and then they just wave over into like, come on in, jump in the procession. And I'm like, you're serious? And they just like, yes, get in here. Like they they nodded over and said like, come in here. Um, and I managed to like pull my other friends with me because I didn't want to go alone. And we ended up walking the procession all the way up to um the end of the trail, or at the end of the driveway. And oh my God, like frankly, I thought that there wasn't a place for me in Pride because I thought I mean, to put it in a simple metaphoric standpoint, I'm queer enough that J.K. Rowling hates me, apparently. But I didn't think I was like, even with that, I was still felt like there was just a sense of like just not queer enough, essentially, because I mean, I'm straight. So, um, there was kind of the sense of like pride's not for me. Most I could probably show up as maybe as a token straight ally. That's the most I can show up as. But thanks to having really supportive friends and stuff, I felt like it was like, okay, I could at least like even if I have to be the token straight, I could at least like attend the event and just have fun. And thinking initially that like I thought precisely that was the thing I was gonna do, which was like I'm just gonna stand on the sidelines and maybe let my freak flag fly via being ace and just enjoy the show. But little did I know that I was gonna be welcomed with such open arms. So huge shout out to those who made me feel so welcome. I really needed to take the time to say that. So thank you guys for being such an awesome group of people. Hope you'll get to see y'all next year. And special shout out to all the Pride moms. Like there were so many moms and so many chill people who just they hugged me. No shame, with open arms. I almost cried a number of times doing this, but I'm so glad I went this year and I'm hoping to do it again in the next year and possibly something more elaborate. I mean, that experience for my first Pride, how am I supposed to top that? Honestly, how am I supposed to top that? But it was good. It was really good. I'm glad that I went. So, yeah, that's the story. So, more of the story is even if you think of a place is not for you initially, still give it a go because you never know. You might find yourself more at home than you think. And number two, this is very important. As somebody who has like anxious tendencies, there really is a difference between um, what is like anxiety, which tends to scream like alarm bells, which that's necessary too, because sometimes those alarm bells are very important. But there's a difference between what I like to call alarm bells and what I like to call sitcom mom. Like, like the mom that always has the right advice and is very gentle and supportive and helps you turn things around before things get bad. And it sounds much quieter and much gentler. That's your intuition. So, especially, I mean, that it can be a very hard one lesson. It certainly has been for me. But biggest difference between like anxiety and intuition, and especially like anxiety that's to the point of unhelpful full versus intuition. Anxiety, which is unhelpful, it can almost take over. Like you gotta run, you gotta flee, shut everything down, etc. It's just like to the point where you can't do anything. It's a freeze sometimes, or it just no logic's gonna come through when you're at that bad state. Like that's and then sitcom mom. I have to admit, sometimes it could say something that kind of sounds rather low, rather wild in the moment, but then there's kind of a preempting that actually happens with that whisper too. Um, and when you dig deep inside, it's like there's some truth to it, but I should probably follow that advice. That's intuition. Sitcom mom's intuition. So listen to it because you never know where it can take you. And sometimes they can sound like each other though. So I say trial and error, lots of grace, and lots of patience. Eventually, it will get easier to tell the difference between the two. But yeah, for me, that's how it shows up. For you guys, it might be completely different. But those are the two things that I would like to impart with you today before we even begin with the reading. So, and also, I did say I was going to pause on like doing readings on Sundays, but it's like, you know what? I miss them too much. As long as I keep a cap in terms of how many readings I do per Sunday, I think I should be okay. Because I think especially yesterday, especially, it got pretty intense with the energy reads. Because it seems like I don't know what was going on in the air last night, but everybody was doing um chakra checkups. So I mean, clearly we all needed it. So yeah, I'm glad I was able to do that, and it certainly has been a really nice flex of my skills for that day. But yeah, like don't be afraid to reach out. This is the time. Like if you want a reading, this is the time to do so because it's going to be today and tomorrow. I've decided it's going to be one of the last streams I'm going to do for the channel before I leave for Japan later in the week. So if y'all don't see me more after tomorrow, that is why. That is why you probably won't see me that much. hmm so to clarify, I'm not moving. It's just for study abroad. So I'm going to be there for 5 weeks and then I come back here. So I'm not going to be like gone from the US. It's just more so it's going to be very inconvenient for you guys. So like my evening is going to be your morning and vice versa. The Europeans are going to have a field day though because y'all are going to be probably like 6 or 7 hours behind me. So it's not going to be too bad for you guys. No, it's only for 5 weeks. It's only for 5 weeks. Yeah, it's only 5 weeks. Not much. Yeah, I don't know why you thought it was years, but yeah, it's only 5 weeks. I'm going to be there for 5 weeks and then come back here and then spend the rest of the summer here. So, and we'll get on the music in just a little bit. I like to do more silence for the Oracle forecasts first, and I'm gonna change it up a little bit, like because some people like to comment, and it's like, yeah, I want you to at least get some context as to what I'm saying. But anyway, here is the Oracle forecast for the week, and it's something going to be interesting to think about considering that this week's going to be like packing week. So I'm grabbing just bunches of stuff and making sure I'm just nice and comfortable while I'm there. So we got one jumper. We'll get to that a little bit later. Let me shuffle up some Queen Herbie cards. We're overdue on some pulls in this deck. A little bit of a playlist, which, oh, immediately. Like flip. It was like 2 seconds. Like flip. Okay, clearly there's something important that I gotta do here. Which I will try to keep up during the 5 weeks. And even if I don't keep up with it, the fact that I'm trying is important. Okay? I like about 3 songs, please. So please give me a couple more songs that I can work with here for my audience. Number 2. Okay, one more. Ooh, okay. You wanted to be generous. Thank you. Thank you, deck. I don't know if I know any of these ones, but we shall see in a moment. So we got 4 songs for you for this week. Hope you like it. But anyway, let's go ahead and get through the week here. So first we got Monday. Got the Two of Wands here. Two of Wands here. So your focus on Monday. Focus on Monday is looking out at your horizons, see what's coming up, and remembering, most importantly, your personal power and your influence over your environment during this time. And it is an important time for you to tap into your creativity, but also keep it in check because it can get easy to get too stuck in black or white thinking when it comes to how power dynamics are supposed to go. So it's a call for you to focus on being inventive, focus on doing your best with the resources that you have in front of you and the things yet to come. And overall, it's space for you to cultivate your inner confidence. Cultivate your inner confidence, your inner guru, your your inner wisdom, and listen to it. That's why I emphasize the part between alarm bar, alarm bells and sitcom mom. Listen to sitcom mom. She knows what she's doing. So that's Two of Wands for Monday. Tuesday, we got Seven of Cups. And I think this is very much a metaphor for what I'm going to be doing on Tuesday, which is shopping. I'm going to be shopping for new stuff for the trip. And there's going to be decisions everywhere. And sometimes there can be a hyper focus on the right decision when what you need to focus on is a decision and then the right one will emerge later. Focus on focus on a decision and then the right one will emerge as you go. Okay. So sometimes you just need to let yourself try. Let yourself maybe fall over a few times. Maybe break a few eggs. And sometimes not in the right spot. Break a few eggs. Sometimes it won't land in the right spot. But the big thing is you're trying one thing, and sometimes that one decision could actually be the right decision, and other times it just weeds out the wrong ones, so that it makes it easier to get to the right one. Because a lot of times things are not as set as people seem, or people make it out to be, or society makes it out to be. There's way more things that we can turn back around, not in terms of a rewind and reset, but more so in terms of a reevaluation and a revise what you've got in front of you. So, Seven of Cups. Make a decision and trust that whatever decision that you come across, whether it's right or wrong, you'll turn things around. So that's Tuesday. I took a while for that card. Sometimes it turns into that, so it'll be okay. So, Wednesday, Page of Swords. So, we're kind of continuing on this theme of decision. Cutting to the heart of the truth, being really honest with yourself in terms of what you're looking for, in terms of what you want to do, in terms of how you're feeling, because even feelings can be a part of logic too, believe it or not. And they say facts don't care about your feelings, but feelings are a part of logic as well. So you can't really discount them either. And so the biggest thing is embodiment this week. The biggest call for you is embodiment. I've been noticing a lot of root chakra imbalances among my community, and no doubt, I mean, I need to do a chakra checkup on myself, which I might do on camera, for all I know, if I'm in the mood for it. But long story short, there's a lot of root chakra imbalances, and I think it's because there's a tendency to get too stuck in your head. And the Page of Cups, sorry, not Page of Cups, Page of Swords. Page of Swords is a reminder that part of logic, part of knowledge, part of experimentation is embodiment. Sometimes thinking about it isn't enough. You also have to have tangible evidence to pull out of, to try, to seek, to experience, to not get too stuck in the observation mode of life, and more so in terms of firsthand experience. Get the experience first and observe later sometimes. Because then And only then, I think, will it make it easier to account for the various ranges of experience that can happen. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are limited to what it is that you experience personally to be able to express. That is confining creativity. What I'm saying more so is if you have an automatic sense of being analytical, this is where you need to use the analytical mind to a more deliberate space rather than just letting it run amok. And I'm saying this as an academic as well. There's a tendency to let the logic, let the intellectualism run amok. And it's one thing to theorize, but another thing to actually witness it. So have a balance, cull away at the truth, and recognize that different spaces might have different truths, and that is totally fine. Hello, Big Austin K. Welcome to the stream. We are partway through our Oracle forecast for the week. So I got a couple of days today. So after a couple days and our playlist for the week, we will get to readings for tonight. So if you want a reading from me, it's the time to do so. It's limited to the first 7 people who jump on to the queue. So if you want a reading, since it is pre-trip time, now it's time to do so. Oops. My mouse died too, so I need to find my charger cable for that. Funny after all this is coming when my prof friend messaged me today to watch him for testing something. Ooh, that's too perfect. That is way too perfect there. Nice. All right. So we will continue on with the last couple of days. We also got a jumper here, and we got 4 cards for you, which are 4 songs from the illustrious Queen Herbie. So got some good music coming up too. So if you want to listen to some stuff while you're at it, you're welcome. So anyway, Thursday, we got the 8 of Cups. So Thursday, it's a call for you. Now that you got the intellectual depth and clarity, now you got the space to go through more emotional depth, diving into things that need to be taken care of. Now, here is a little bit of a caveat there with what I say with that. It's important to make sure you are not re-traumatizing yourself as you are going through those emotional depths. Some things you may need a bit of facilitation, be it divine facilitation or professional facilitation via a therapist, a shaman, a spiritual expert, etc. Some things you don't have to go at alone if you don't need to. But there are other parts where you need to delve within for answers and pay attention to the spirit within and see where it goes. And it might require some disengagement for a little bit. You might need to unplug for a little while. Now, let's make sure it doesn't get to the point where you disengage from the world entirely to think that like everything's not real. Let's not get to that territory. But sometimes you need to give yourself a little bit of a break, a little bit of a pause. Doesn't have to be too long. 15 minutes might be a good enough time. Sometimes you need a little bit of a pause, a little bit of a break to allow yourself to examine what needs to be examined. Sometimes it doesn't even have to be work. It's just bare minimum, some acknowledgement would be nice to have of whatever feelings that needed to be seen. And I'm certainly going to take some time after this to make sure some of the recent feelings that I've been having have been seen. Whether it's journaling, whether it's meditation, or something else. Allow those spaces to be heard and seen and listened to. Yeah, it does feel like creativity is a theme today, isn't it? That's a theme this week. Albeit in a different sense. It's not hitting in terms of productivity, but more so in terms of tapping into the inspiration and the spirit within. What makes you wake up? What makes you see the world in a different way? What makes you look? What helps you breathe? Those are all those questions. So, the final card for the week, which is for Friday, here's what we got here. Seven of Swords. So, I am doing my best to not limit swords in terms of battle, even though it's pretty easy to go there because, well, they're swords. Pretty easy to think about it in terms of that lens. And I especially tend to go for the theme of, like, the question of victory at what cost? Especially once you get to the higher numbers, like from five onwards, it's like, what cost are you willing to do? And Seven of Swords, it's very much an espionage card. Like a sense of like trying to get away with something or escaping away or stealing away. Like what I'm feeling with this card for this week at least, it's like it feels like a sense of like needing to steal away something important or something critical in order to be able to move forward in terms of progress and trying to get away with something, usually with something that's not theirs. And or sometimes it can be taking on a responsibility that you don't have to as well. So this is where logic comes in. It's like, what do you need a break from? What do you need to pause on? What's something that feels like it's been taken away from you? How do you get it back? And I mean, it's Pride Month, so it makes sense. And yet there's a sense of there's some aspect that you've had to like steal away or hide away. And so the big question on Friday is, what do you feel like it's too dangerous to be open about? Like, what is it you have to hide away to feel a sense of safety? What is it you feel like as if you have to like steal away for freedom to be you? Obviously, if you're in a space where you're not in the best position to be open about certain things, or if you're just not comfortable about doing it, that's a different matter entirely. Or if it's like if you're in danger while trying to be open about certain things, that's a different thing entirely. Like, do what you need to do to make sure you're safe. Safety first. But if you're not in that situation, or if you're just not ready to go that direction, what is going to help you to be able to go there, even if it's just for one segment of your life? Like, what is it gonna take to make it feel less like you're stealing and more like you're being yourself? What helps it feel less like a lie and more like embodiment? That's the big call for Friday. It's a really unusual card to get for the last week, for the last day, but it's a pretty good question to ask of ourselves because, especially when you get to adulthood, there's a lot of excusing away of omission or doing white lies or taking a truth and spinning it to whatever is convenient. And sometimes you just need a little bit of space to make sure you don't have to do that anymore. And so, the question is, what's it going to take? What's it going to make feel like as if less like you're trying to steal away back your time and more about just being in that moment, just being present, etc. That's Friday. So we got a jumper here for like the overarching theme of the week. So let's see what we got for this card. And then we will go on to the Queen Herbie songs. And we'll see like what overarching vibe is kind of coming up with those songs. And hopefully that gives you motivational. And I had a feeling this card was going to show up here. I don't know why. I just had this feeling like, I feel like Three of Wands is going to come up here somewhere. And sure enough, it came up as a jumper. So Three of Wands. So case in point, like I was saying earlier about exploring horizons. Everything the light touches is your kingdom. To borrow from Lion King. I've probably borrowed from that story so many times. But it's very much about exploration this week. This week is about exploration and starting to do things differently from your status quo. To remember that you have the power, from Masters of the Universe. Taking a decision is better than taking no decision. Like we said, I believe yesterday, that there are some things that you probably should make a decision even if it's not perfect, or the universe will make a decision for you, and sometimes the decision for you, like on your behalf, is not necessarily the thing that might be helpful at that moment, because like they basically forced your hand and they put it into like the worst case scenario essentially. So make a decision, and then you could turn lemons into lemonade. And then these last 3 days are about discernment. In terms of what thoughts aren't helpful. How can I let those go? How do I give myself the TLC, like the listening of the concerns that I actually need? And especially if you have guilt towards self-care or guilt towards being selfish, what's it going to take to make it feel like as if it's less like you're stealing away your time and taking responsibilities on that are not actually yours? And what's going to help you embrace more of what is meant for you? That's Honda's show. Pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. I am trying to look at this medium more as like my own show, essentially. I mean, obviously, it takes an audience to have a show, whether it's as small as 9 people, which is what it was for a while, or as big as 113 on Twitch and 72 on YouTube. Thank y'all, by the way. Thank you so much, by the way, for all the support that you've given me over the past 7 months. 7, 8 months. Hard to believe. um, but yeah, embrace yourself this week. Really embrace yourself this week. Be really honest with yourself. It doesn't have to be super brutal, but it's necessary to open those doors. If the tada tree falls in the forest and there's no one to hear it, there's always someone to hear. And you know the funniest thing? My first name actually means a kind of tree that supports ecosystems, the mangrove tree in particular. More specific, there's a kind of mangrove tree that comes from where my parents are from. They're from Cameroon. That is very critical to supporting ecosystems. That's my name. So, in a way, we're kind of creating a really nice ecosystem here. I'm hoping of enlightened souls in this space. Enlightened, fun-loving souls. Yeah, it's such a beautiful coincidence, Vern. So I got 4 cards for you in terms of songs to listen to during this period that hopefully should get you in the vibe. I need to like take my listening more seriously, apparently. Like, I just need to like listen to more stuff. Hello, Roots! Hi! So good to see you here. We're just finishing up the Oracle forecast, so you came just in time. I want to go through some song recommendations. So it's from this awesome artist named Queen Herbie. And, well, the picture actually looks like her, too. I can show you. and she's gonna be on concert like in the East Coast in a couple months. So yeah, she's really cool. Go check her out. She's on TikTok as well and like Patreon and stuff. And she does like these smoke cleanses that are the smoke aura cleanses. Like she's so cool. And she looks familiar. She also was part of this duo called Carmen. Like she and her husband were part of this group back in the 2010s or 2000s. Yeah, 2000 like 2011. 2011 when they were still like Berkeley grads. Um like Berkeley students to like Berkeley grads. They went viral for this cover of Look at Me Now by Busta Rhymes, and they redid it this year because it's the 15th anniversary. And yeah, long story short, they're rebranded as Queen Herbie, and they've been like popularly touring and independently running themselves ever since. And they are touring right now with Beautiful Chorus and Thought Squad, aka Prism from Dispatch. They're touring the country right now, and I am just super duper excited to watch them live. Just I'm super excited. So here are 4 songs. If you've never listened to their stuff before, this is a great chance to do so. So I got 4 songs for you um, that I recommend listening to them. And okay, the first song, that is way too perfect. And honestly, I used to make a morning routine of this song, and I need to get back. This is like a reminder for me to get back to it. It's called Good Morning. And it literally is a good morning. Because, I mean, you can literally meditate to this one, actually. And I think it's a continuation of all the swords that popped up in the later part of the week. Because there is literally a line that says, "The value of my thoughts determines how I feel." Because when you have power over your mind, the world opens up for you. And I don't mean it in terms of like hyper controlling or this extreme surveillance of like big brother is watching you kind of deal of having to control every single thought. We go through thousands of thoughts per day. And some of them are actually critical for you in terms of like living. Like, oh, I need to drink some water right now, for example. I've been out in the sun for at least 7 hours. Like 7 hours minimum. I've been outside. So constant companion right here. There's some things that just survival. Hydrate, don't dehydrate. So you don't need to control those. The ones you do need to control, however, are like how you see yourself, how you see the world, and how you see your place in it. Those are the 3 things that you know, like for sure you can control at least. And it's important you see yourself as an agent in this life, not just a bystander. That you can choose something, and even if you choose wrong, it's better than just watching the world pass. That's one of my worst nightmares, actually, is just I'm seeing everybody else move forward and do things and having these different things, getting a little personal here. And then meanwhile, I'm sitting in the same room, in the same space, not doing anything different. And it has taken a lot, both in terms of here, in this space, and beyond it, to really get out of that spectator mode and living in that embodiment mode. Not to say that you can't go into spectator mode when it's necessary, but like occupying it all the time, after a while, it just feels like as if I'm just living vicariously. I'm not actually being here. And we need to be here, especially in this era of like increased AI usage and just stuff that we have to be concerned about, be it our families, our friends, our backyard, our bills, etc. Like even if we have to we have increased responsibilities, like there's still a moment where you have to just be here. This is why kids are important. And I don't mean it in terms of like progeny or legacy, but more so in terms of a reminder that there was a time to be here now in this space, and the fact that we could still tap into it even when we're elders. Okay? We are capable of this feeling. So, value those thoughts. Okay? Bet you reminds you. And don't worry, I'm going to write all the songs down. So keep an eye out for the chat. I'm going to also pin it as well for those who are watching on Twitch because I do simulcast. So, second one we got here. This one got memed super heavily. I also recommend the jazz version of this one if you have a chance to listen to it. Sugar Daddy. It's my right to taste the riches of the earth. So kind of tying back to what I said about on Friday, for Friday, coming Friday. If you have a tendency to feel yes, CMYT significator. But yeah, if you have a tendency to very much feel like you're being selfish when it comes to, or greedy when it comes to like enjoying material things, especially, guilty as charged. Guilty as charged. If you feel guilty about like enjoying material things or even just that kind of elaborate self-care that feels almost sinful, don't be, okay? You enjoy those things for a reason. So, as long as you feel like as if you're not overextending yourself, it's okay to enjoy lovely things. There's a tendency to be like overly moralistic when it comes to pleasure and happiness, especially in the spiritual community, at least from some of the circles that I've seen. So your mileage may vary on that. But there's kind of a tendency to like there's kind of an extremes that it kind of occurs, especially here in the West, in the United States. I'm going from the United States lens here. So in some of the regions of the West, you might have a different view on that. But at least from like what I've witnessed so far, and I know I'm very American centric, but I'm trying to get a bit more worldly encompassing, and I'm hoping with this trip it'll make it easier to figure that out. But at least here in the United States, there's kind of been these two extremes. There's a sense of like asceticism that you often have to do in order to be like truly spiritual, of like give up your worldly possessions, give up all these things. Sometimes do like extreme things like maybe self-flagellation or the hair suit to like punishment for penance, essentially. It's kind of this extreme asceticism. Like enjoying this stuff is just big no-no. In some orders, it's basically you just can't do it. But then there's other ones on the flip side where there's kind of the sense of like go deep into capitalism, go deep into like indulgence, go deep into the sense of pleasure in terms of physical stuff and senses, often to the point of dissociation. And I don't mean it I don't just mean it in terms of a mental state, but also dissociation in terms of what's actually going on around you. Case in point, the billionaires, like the unethical billionaires, they have indulged so far into this space where they forget that like there are others that could use those resources just as much. They could give back and it still wouldn't hurt their bottom line. Balance it out. Interesting. So, especially for sugar daddy, especially those who tend to be more on the ascetic side, and especially if you're not part of a religious order or anything like that, maybe it might be time to like start introducing a few pleasures in your life. It doesn't even have to be the extreme kind. It can be something as simple as painting your nails, which I need to do at some point. But also, Sometimes just having a nice, delicious drink, like this wonderful San Pellegrino, which I bought back in the city. Gonna drink it later. Excuse me. But yeah, allow yourself the small things. They can make a big difference after a while, believe it or not. Let me see if we're an ad church. Just make sure we're not an ad church. Kind of a running joke for those who are new to the channel. So if it's Fridays, it's ad masjid. If it's Saturdays, it's ad temple. If it's Sundays, it's ad church. Everything else is every other week. The rest of the week, it's ad jail. Because I am a theologian, so I kind of think that way. Okay, so far looking good. Hello, Tantalus Studios. We're almost done with the songs, and then we're gonna get to the readings. So if y'all want one, just type an exclamation point join in the chat, and you'll be in the list. I'm limiting it to 7 tonight. So if you want a reading, it's like the last one I've got before my trip. So if you want a reading from me, now's your chance. Hello, Typo Queen, Car Radio Belka. That is a really cool name. Welcome to the stream. So we're going to go through the last couple of songs here that I pulled for you guys. So far, there's some pretty good ones. So Good Morning is actually a really good meditation track. Highly recommend it. Sugar Daddy, reminder, enjoy the fine things in life. So the third card I got here. Oh, this is a fun one. This is one of my favorites, actually. Busta Rhymes. And yes, it is a reference to the rapper, but it's not really about the rapper. And it's kind of ironic considering, again, well, that's how Queen Herbie got her career in the first place, is because she and her husband covered the song. And it went viral. But yeah, got a lot I want to say a library. So this deck here is the Queen Herbie Oracle deck. So it's based off the songs that Queen Herbie raps, at least up until her next to most recent album called Isle of Queen. And she has like these super empowering songs. I recommend them. That's what she looks like. But yeah, I'll put all the songs in the chat so that you can listen to them yourself if you want to listen to them. But yeah, Busta Rhymes. She raps fast, and she can still do it. Like, if you look in TikTok in her current tour, she can still rap fast. Like, in one breath. Like, like really fast. I tried once in the stream, and I was having chill hop in the background, so it didn't come out as well as it could have, but I can kind of do it. I don't say I'm an expert per se, but this is one of my favorite tracks. Like, if you want to see her rap skill and why she's called the female Eminem, check this out. Check this out, okay? But yeah, if you got a lot, if you got a lot you gotta say, do it. Okay, express what needs to be heard. Express what needs to be said. Another thing I've been noticing among this group recently is also a lot of throat chakra blockages. So don't be afraid to say what needs to be said. Get the BS out of the way and just say what needs to be said. Get it out there. Don't let it. You don't have to let it linger. You don't have to. You don't have to let it linger. Nah. Don't let it linger. Just say it. Even if it's like super messy. Say what needs to be said. Eventually you'll get there. Trust the words will come. You'll get there. So, Busta Rhymes. Final song I got for you. And we got every single house. We got every single house in here. So Queen Herbie has a house system. I'm going to zoom in a little bit just to show you a little bit. So she's got 4 houses for each property. Kind of similar to Hogwarts, but cooler and actually queer affirming. So she's got the Hummingbird House, which is creativity and expression. The Tiger House, which is about confidence and self-discovery. Koi House is where I got sorted into, by the way. I'll put the quiz in the chat in case you want to try it out yourself. And feel free to comment either down below in the video or in the chat or in my Discord server what house you got sorted into. So then there's Koi House, which is about healing and grounding. And then Beetle House, which is about rituals and magic. And we got each one of the 4. There's a test. Yes, there is a test if you want to try it. So, like, there's the 4 houses. And we got each of the 4 houses here. We got Koi. We got beetle, we got hummingbird, and now tiger. And even symbols, if you look at it more closely, it's got all 4 of them on here. And Queen Herbie herself. So the last one we got here is pre-roll. They can scream and shout, I just tune it out. You do not have to do 420 to feel that way. But it might be good to have some things to do and some things to feel, like some things to maybe like help you cope in case life gets too chaotic. Have a few mantras in your head. This could give you a good start as well with the good morning song. But just sometimes you just gotta let things stew, let things rest, let things simmer, let them cook. And meanwhile, you're doing you. You're doing your thing. You're doing your best what you got. But yeah, have some things to look forward to, have some things to try. If you're into that sort of thing, maybe keep a pre-roll in your pocket in case life gets too chaotic. But for the most part, be in your vibe. Remember you got the power. You got the power within. And, well, she even puts it in her bag, too. It's the nice thing. It comes with this really beautiful bag, too. Remember, most importantly, you are the magic that was missing. Sick intuition. Follow my witchy disposition. Now I got rituals, magic and crystals. Everyone needs a little magic. Oh, man. The songs are good. Highly recommend them. And I'll probably add the 5th one I just mentioned here just for the heck of it. Because, I mean, we need some affirmations up in this space. Okay. So, here are the songs that I pulled for you. And then, additional bonus. Magic. So, those are the songs I got for you for this week. And with that, the Oracle forecast is done. I know we took over an hour, but on the other hand, though, there was some stuff I really wanted to cover for today for chatting purposes. So, hope y'all do not mind taking a little longer to cover things. So with that, I am happy to say we are now in reading land. Oh, you're a beetle. That's cool. I think that now you're finally, I feel like I finally now have covered all 4 houses. I believe Runcie is a tiger. I have a couple friends who are koi, and then at least one other tiger, I think, besides Runcie. And then I think you're the first you're so far one of the first beetles I've come across. So yeah, if you want to check out the test, you just look up Queen Herbie's website. So I have it linked down and below in my Twitch. But for those who are jumping in on YouTube, check queenherbie.com. And if you scroll down, you should be able to find the quiz, to ask, find your Herbie house. And she has, founders and everything, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I would like to tell her one of these days that this deck, and also Shibawa, shout out to Shibawa, Queen of Lions. She also collaborated in the creation of this deck. She's a spiritual advisor to Queen Herbie. I would like to tell her, maybe, I doubt that's going to be this time, unfortunately, because I was a little late in buying the tickets, and the VIP tier is already done, but I would love someday, next time I happen to go to a concert, I manage to have the funds to, pay for it early, I would love to tell her, hey, thank you so much for designing this deck. I get really good use out of it on my live streams, and here's some of my favorite songs that I love pulling from here, etc. So, yeah. So, now we're getting to the fun part for those who are new to tuning into this space. So, here's how it works, my friends. So, for those who are on Twitch, you can type in !join, and you will be part of the queue. And so, optionally, you can jump down to my channel points and choose which medium you want me to pull from. I've got Oracle cards, I've got Twitch, I've got runes. I also have the special thing that is a little bit of a proprietary thing for my channel, which is a chakra checkup. So I basically have you sync your energy as an S-Y-N-C, I can spell, S-Y-N-C, your energy into a heart-shaped selenite crystal that I display on screen. And then with that, I use that to check your energy centers, make sure everything's copacetic, and also tell you what ways that you can get things back in line. I am eventually going to get a Reiki certification, so I could probably do like a light aura adjustment once I get the skills up in par. Okay, so for chakra checkups. And then I also have the Clow and Sakura cards. For those who are familiar with the anime, you probably already know this, but those who don't, but those who haven't, who are not familiar with the anime, feel free to look it up. It's from Cardcaptor Sakura, and there's two kinds. The Sakura deck and the Cloud deck, and essentially I pull those. I kind of look at it as tarot with a much gentler message, in my opinion. I feel like it's much gentler, in my opinion. And then you can press trust your instincts if you feel like whatever you feel like is necessary for my situation. Just pull that. You'll be okay. But yeah, in terms of like what you can ask me, the two things that I'm not the greatest at, one, I'm not the greatest at it, and then the other one is like, well, it's a little bit too presumptuous because that's assuming, and you know what assuming does. So the two things I'm not the greatest at, timelines. I mean, on average, I tend to see the results of my readings within a month, but sometimes, like within a month or two, but sometimes it happens sooner than I pull, or a bit later than I pull, or you dodge a bullet entirely and something else is meant for you. So you never know. So like with with timing, I say take what vibes and leave the rest, and try not to rely on it too much as a gauge. And then the other thing that I'm not a fan of is what I like to call third-party surveillance. I don't like presuming people's feelings of like, is this person thinking to, like, especially yes/no questions, or like presuming like what somebody's thinking or doing, especially doing. I don't like presuming that of like, is this person cheating on me? Is this like, how's this person thinking of me, etc. It's like, nah, bruh. I do not like assuming people's free will like that. There's an ethical ground. So with that, outside of those two things, and also, oh yeah, no health questions. I can help you in terms of like what vibes to look for your health team, but like for the most part, I don't like to presume stuff like that. So outside of like those 2 or 3 parameters, for the most part, you can pretty much ask me anything. Yeah, you feel that root. So the other thing for those who are new to the channel, because we had a couple of new people, so welcome. If you happen to miss your turn, it's okay. Just come back the next Seer Saturday / Oracle Forecast, like whenever you tuned in within the next week, and you'll remain on the queue. You'll probably be like the first ones, like prioritized whenever you show up. But if you don't show up by the Oracle Forecast of the week, you will be taken off, and you just have to jump back on the next time you're on. By the end of the stream. So like, unlike most people, I just like, most readers tend to be on here where they're like, if you don't show up, you're just deleted. I'm not that kind of reader. It's like, you're there. It's like, you're there. And then if you want, and it's like, if you happen to hear me, because I know people get distracted sometimes. If you hear me and you manage to get there in time for their reading, it's like, okay, great, you're next. But if you for some reason like tune out, or you fall asleep, or etc., or just life happens, it's okay. Just come back when you can. We will get to you. All right. And so far the system has worked pretty well. So not terrible. And if you do have to leave beforehand, ideally, if you want to guarantee to get the best quality, I say ask your question or ask your commentary about like what it is you want me to pull out, and then I will do I will pull for you, regardless if you're on the air or not. This recording's not going anywhere. Like the only thing with Twitch is that it deletes after a certain amount of time. So like if it happens to delete on here, the odds are pretty good. I always simulcast on my YouTube channel, so if it's not on here, odds are pretty good it's on my YouTube channel, which is linked down below in my profile. So you could just scroll back to wherever you were in the stream, and then you could just listen to your answer there if you have to leave early. Preferably, like, just type in the question, and then I will pull for you, because you will be pulled for regardless. Whether you don't show up on time, like, whether you don't show up, or you do show up, but you have to leave later, or you show up, you put the question, then you leave. If you're on the queue, you'll be pulled for. End of story. So, anyway, with that spiel out of the way, Fern, you are my first person. You said trust my instincts. What is it you would like me to pull for you today? And then if you happen to be a subscriber, thankfully you won't get ads. If you're not a subscriber and an ad pops up, I will pause for a little bit and then we'll resume where you left off. Okay, something there protecting me in the ether. Just wondering what or whom and why. Okay. Let us see. Let me see what I can look through real quick. Because I got a bunch of Oracle decks here in the back. Okay, so let's see here. Hopefully my voice isn't too different. Part of my shorts. They're a little bit more skin tone than usual, so they kind of blend in. Let's see. So I got some of my Sailor Moon decks. I am feeling probably this deck here as an Energy Oracle deck. I'm feeling Archangel too, because I could do Earth. Let's see. I've got a lot of decks, as you can see. And I think I might pull the Sakura cards up front, just in case. Okay, so I got 4. No, Sailor Moon probably not, because, like, that's Major Arcana mainly. And then I did find the Rune Book at some point. I'm in a little bit of a mess, so pardon me. I'm still kind of tidying up for the trip, too. So, bit of a chaotic moment right now. I could have sworn I found my Rune Book, but I know I found it, like, last night, so I'll probably find it during the break. But I'm feeling this one. And this one, too. I have a feeling those two things. This is neat compared to the clutter of my mind. Yeah, I've had worse, though, trust me. I've been much worse than this. I'm trying to get better, though. But yeah, I'm feeling these two decks for sure should probably tell you some answers. So let's see. And yeah, Root, I just thought of this now. If you want to try a chakra checkup tonight, let me know. Like, it should be in the channel points section. Whenever I get, like, if you're down to get a reading tonight. Obviously, totally optional, totally up to you. Because I know you were curious about it last night, so. Yeah. especially if you go to a Reiki practitioner regularly, or if you're just into just checking your energy on a regular basis. Um, so Energy Oracle is by Sandra Ann Taylor, and this one is very much about revealing like how your vibe is doing and like what things are kind of coming in based on your energy. I will say this much: I don't really do reversals, but if things come out reversed for me, when I'm shuffling like right side up, essentially, it's like a call for me, like, okay, let me pay attention. Or in the case of the Energy Oracle, I'm doing a combination of like paying attention to like the vibe and like like a little bit of bibliomancy too, because sometimes there's some parts of the reverse section where I have to like, I feel like as if like, okay, this sentence is calling out to me, I have to read this in order to like make sure you're getting out like what messages that you need to hear. So yeah. Okay, so you want me to pull that one? Okay, you got it. You got it, Moonlit. Just here jumping on asparagus. Yeah, and sometimes like usually I tend to get at least one or two that jump out, but sometimes like it's like, okay, you just need to, well, one just jumped out right now when I just put it down, but like sometimes I just need to like, you know, put it down, feel it out, and then I feel like a warmth or a magnetism whenever I put the cards over. On my other computer, I usually have like a second camera via my phone that shows my table, but I haven't been able to do that with this one with my gaming PC, so I'm hoping to like get a second camera that I can actually do that for you guys. I know part of it is because, well, my other computer's pretty full from like all the academic files that I have in there, that and all the videos that I've been doing on there that need to be like edited and put on display at some point. So thankfully my dad found this spot where he managed to get like a 15 terabyte external hard drive. So I'm planning on like putting all my videos on that and then just freeing the space on it, so that way I can actually use it as a regular laptop again, and like hopefully like upgrade it enough that I can just use all the apps. Though then again, it's an Intel laptop, so it's an Intel laptop, so there's only so much I'll be able to get out of it, and then eventually I'll be able to upgrade. But for right now, that's my lot in life. All right, Fern. So I got 3 Sakura cards for you, and then let me try at least one Energy Oracle card, see what comes up. Yeah, for some reason I keep like mentally, I think it's probably because like they both start with A, but I just keep mentally mixing it up with artichoke, even though artichokes and asparagus are very different, and it's like the flavors are different too, but like they're so good regardless. Asparagus, artichoke, love those kinds of foods. And I think also the other thing is that like both of them take so long to actually grow. Like apparently in order to get like a harvestable crop of asparagus, you need at least 5 years. 5 or 3, depending on the breed. You need time. Like, time's your ally with asparagus. And I'm kind of impatient, so I tend to be like more like, give me the tomato. Give me the tomatoes. Like at least like they'll grow. Oh, it's an outbreak. Okay. We're good. We got like 20 seconds. Okay. You got these because the farmer's filling with the big ones. That's nice. That's funny. But anyway, I got 5 cards for you, Fern. Let's see what we got here. So first card we got for you is to figure out like what's been protecting you. So first off, we got the Storm. I rarely pull this one. So I'm going to check out my references on Tumblr. I think it's like not really in terms of like what's protecting you in this case, in terms of like what it's been calling you to like pay attention to in this case. So it's a little bit of channeling, I think. Maybe the energy oracle could give a little bit more clarity in terms of what's happening. But the Storm is about, according to this this cloud card divination site that I use, Feel More. It looks French. But anyway, here's the site that I'm using in case you want to look at it yourself. And the other space that I tend to look at quite a bit for references is this YouTube channel called Mysterious Leroy, which I have played a little bit on here, but I don't have subs, so that's why I'm not playing the video on here right now, and also to kind of speed things up. But the Storm is about suppressed emotions and lack of communication. So if you have a tendency to like be more withholding when it comes to your feelings or what's troubling you, the Storm is calling you to start being more open about what it is that you're struggling with in some way, shape, or form. And I think it's also just a call for practice, like practice of expression, and also discernment of who is worth your time, like not worth your time, but who is worth expressing some things, and then who is actually more worth withholding from in this case. It's like a balance. I'm lightning in a bottle. So it clearly is a call for like practicing discernment of like where your expression is. But like one thing's for sure, repression is not your friend here. I'd say I choose my friends well. That's good. So if you got friends that you can trust already, that makes a difference. So the second card that I got for you in terms of this is, again, one that I rarely pull, which is the Silent, which is about introspection and observation. And I guess I'm also thinking of the saying, sometimes silence is golden. So like giving your psyche a chance to kind of relax and breathe, and maybe like turn off the sound for a little bit and let yourself focus on the present. Like I do with my oracle forecasts, I have a tendency to keep those quiet as much as I enjoy my background tracks, my background music. Having a break in silence can sometimes make a huge difference in how you introspect, and also how you see the cards, talking as a reader here, how you see the cards, how you see yourself, how you see the world, etc. Just giving your brain and your space a chance to breathe. Because especially if you have a tendency to like be under headphones quite a lot, or be in a lot of background noise and stuff, sometimes just having a chance to just have nice quiet. Hey Messa, formerly known as Kel. Great to see you. But yeah, I feel like the Sakura cards have been giving more of a message in terms of like what you can do to make this connection a bit more, or this protective energy much more potent. So pay attention to your feelings, having a space to like maybe in some quiet or some introspection. It doesn't have to be super long. Sometimes I practice something in Buddhism, what they call noble silence, where I don't say anything, I don't play any music, I don't do anything like super noisy or like with like sound for at least 45 minutes to an hour. And that gives me some space to be like to be more present and also simultaneously like pay attention to what divine inspiration comes through. I find it especially effective in the morning. Sometimes at night I do it too. So giving yourself a space to actually breathe is very important. Yes, autism is very drawn to this and been drawn to this more lately. You might need to fulfill that if you're feeling overstimulated. And you need a vibe check. Okay, jump on the queue, guys. So I know there's a couple people who asked for readings, so jump on the queue with ! join, and you'll be in the list. And so finally, in terms of the Sakura cards, I got a couple cards for the Muse. No, I keep calling it Energy Muse Oracle, even though it's just Energy Oracle. Energy Oracle cards. I don't know why I say Energy Muse, but anyway, the last card that I got for you in terms of the Sakura deck, which I think the Sakura deck is basically just giving advice so far about like how to make things better in your situation. The last card that I got for you is the Libra, which I have been picking up a bit more lately, but it's still one that, like, in terms of personal readings, I don't get too often. So it's a little bit new for me in terms of pulling for, I'm getting for other people, not so much myself, which is interesting. But the Libra, that is about energetic balance in this case. And let me see what my reference also says. Where are you, Libra? There we go. Balance, truth, and fairness. So I'm thinking immediately about the laws of Ma'at. And you got a Libra chart rule. Okay. So it might be astrological too. But I keep on thinking I'm thinking about I think it was 42 or 52 laws of Ma'at. Like the laws of Ma'at, whatever number it is. I'm thinking about the laws of Ma'at for some reason, and Ma'at does use scales, so it is 42. Okay, I was right the first time. So 42 laws of Ma'at. I keep thinking about that, and you have reference to Ma'at in your writing in the past. Okay, all right. So I'm not coming out of my keister here, but yeah, I'm thinking about the 42 laws of Ma'at with the Libra. So the most important thing that I'm hearing from pulling these three cards is having fairness and balance in mind, whether it's balancing the forces of nature or, in this case, balancing the scales of justice, literally and metaphorically. So having all this in mind as you navigate this guidance and supporting force. I think thankfully people have been writing it out quite a bit recently in a lot of vlogs and stuff. But yeah, 42 Laws of Ma'at. Highly recommend looking it up. Also bring it down. Yeah, I'm gonna be sweating over those texts. So I got a couple of things from the Energy Oracle cards here. So here we go. Okay, so I think we got an answer in terms of what's been, like, what, or in this case, who has been watching over you lately and supporting you. Here's what we got here. So we got the Angel of Strength. So I had a feeling it was an angel, like an angel energy for sure. And now we know it's the Angel of Strength. So my instincts were not too wrong in wanting to pull out the Archangel Michael deck. From what I'm seeing. So, personal power and inner strength, according to this. This amazing angel brings the news that this is a time of increasing power for you. It is not the time to be passive or submissive, but to speak your truth and take action on your own behalf. You're capable of taking greater control and directing your own destiny. Oh, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Right. Anyway, you're capable of taking greater control and directing your own destiny, for the power that comes from within reaches out to the universe and beyond. Inner strength and unlimited resourcefulness flow through you at this time, helping you to create real results. Call upon this wonderful angel and on your own inner resourcefulness to bring you the focus and resolve to do what's necessary in order to make your dreams a reality. Hmm. Okay, I'm getting a feeling sometimes there is a reverse meaning too, but like oftentimes when I use reverse meanings, I often just read the sentences that I feel like you need to hear at this time. And the sentence that that I want to read here is the one that says this: the situation you find yourself in may seem overwhelming, but you absolutely do have the strength to see it through to a successful outcome. I was interested in ancient laws, Hammurabi, Aristotle in politics, Corpus Juris Civilis, Spartan Constitution. I don't agree with them for the most part. And in a way, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to, because there's some things that applied back then that don't apply now. And there are some things that never should have applied in the first place. Like eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. It's very retaliative. Very much focusing on retaliation. Yeah. So it's okay if there are some things that just don't work. I guess the laws of Ma'at kind of popped up in my brain space is because like it's like one of the few spiritual leanings of like for the few spiritual laws that still kind of comes up nowadays. And I think also in a way it's also in a way like a call for you to like get inspired to like make your own, like whatever rules that haven't worked for you in your own life, because we all have these invisible laws that we carry within us. And I'm not talking like just esoterically. Like I feel like also like just from being raised as humans, there's a tendency to feel like, there's so many rule books that we just carry that just don't make sense from growing up or just from the time period that we were in. Referencing Ma'at in my writing, I was critiquing logocentrism. There's something to that. Yeah, I say look into that. But yeah, long story short, I think it's like a time for you to maybe like throw the book away and start a new one, or even just don't bother with the book and just do what works for you and the world around you. Also could be reference to your Libra placements too, so maybe pay attention to what's in your birth chart. To clarify, I'm not a birth chart expert by any means. I'm kind of an amateur at this. Momo's more of an expert than me, but Libra Mars. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah. So might be worth looking into your Libra Mars. Maybe that's something in your placement there, and also what house it's in. Take a look at that, and where in terms of the current. Okay, in 6th. Okay, and then in terms of the current, or a tea expert, if you will. That is just. Yep. Our resident scientist here. But anyway, our resident lab rat. But anyway, you might want to look at it in relation to the current transits, because that could be, especially if there's like an opposition or a conjunction going on, there could be a hint somewhere as to what's going on in that front. So feel free to look through that whenever you get to that. So final card that I got for you, Fern. So now we know what's been watching over you. It's an angel of some sort, saying an angel of strength. And kind of think of it, Michael kind of falls under strength too, come to think of it. So if I'm going to pull from that one later, let me know. But anyway, the other card that I got for you is walking away. So it could be in reference to the rules, or like I've been talking about earlier, or something else maybe you personally kind of know. But maybe there's a call to walk away from something. Let's see what we got here. You'd be bored of Buddhism hearing Angel Michael like, what? Yeah, the angels don't really care too much about like what your theology is. Like, contrary to like how Christianity looks at it, they're not limited. Like Bodhisattvas. Bodhisattvas, they come to you when they want to come to you. Like Green Tara and Guan Yin, they come up in my life several times, and I was born Catholic, so Those saints and those enlightened beings, they don't care. They really don't care. They're like, they're gonna come to you when they're gonna come to you. So, hey, G-Rock. Oh, wow. And now I'm just thinking of like Jack Cornfield's Bodhisattva Vow. I recommend looking that up. It really is a path. Anyway, walking away. This is the last card for you, Fern. Hopefully this gives you maybe there's some context in here. But here's what it is. This card shows someone walking away from an existing situation. She is closing the gate behind her and is walking away into a misty, unknown future. This card upright reveals that it could be time for you to make a similar decision. There may be something that you've finished with, perhaps a career goal, a relationship, a long-term experience of any kind. The familiarity of the situation may be enticing, but you're now ready to look at your options on the open road ahead. In reality, an important new beginning is at hand. This card also indicates that now would be a good time to let go of an old habit, emotional pattern, or false belief. No matter how deeply ingrained a negative pattern may be, you now have the power to release it and move on to a freer, healthier way of thinking and relating to yourself and others. Whether it's the inner or outer world, this card is telling you that you have the readiness and resources to walk away from the old and move forward now. Okay, there's only one sentence I could see from the reverse portion that might be relevant here. Let's see what it is. So, okay, it's this entire paragraph here. Interesting. Okay, here's what we got. Habit and familiarity are compelling forces, often causing people to ignore their intuition and even dishonor their genuine feelings. This is a time of honest investigation. Consider all the factors in the present situation. Perhaps the timing isn't quite right, and there may be some purpose staying a little while longer. Don't deceive yourself about your motivations, however. Fear-based decisions don't often work out in your highest interests. So, that's what I got for you, Fern. I don't know if it answered the question that you're looking for or not, but I mean, well, I definitely feel like it's like it answered the question in terms of like what being could be watching over you or supporting you at this time. Whoever's protecting me, why can't they be straightforward? Why do I always have to be the detective? It's a two-way street, so sometimes you just gotta tell them, like, because I mean, they don't live on this plane. They're gonna think of it as like, okay, this will make things easier on you, and it's like, no, it actually isn't. Keep in mind, I'm having the consequences longer because I have this one lifetime, so can you not sometimes? You might need to do that. Other times it's like, okay, what do you mean by taking this out? Like, what are you trying to teach me by taking this out of my life? Can you at least tell me like what your bigger aim is? Sometimes it's okay to like ask questions like that. Like I have like I'm starting to do that now, and I feel like things have gotten a lot less like why are you doing this? And then sometimes it's like, okay, like maybe like a little bit of negotiating might be necessary too. It's like, okay, listen, I get why you're doing this, but on the other hand though, it's not copacetic. So can you at least explain to me why you're doing this, or at least show me why you're doing this? Or give me a sign as to like give me some suggestions as to like why this is this way. Please and thank you. Sometimes it comes down to that. So, yeah, I'm it's very Swords energy. And yes, Six of Swords is about letting go. Six of Swords in particular. Let me look through my reference here. Six of Swords in particular, that one is about, at least from this deck here. Come on, Swords. Where are you, Swords? Why do you not want to pop up today? There we go. Okay, Six of Swords also is about a passage away from difficulties, a chance to recover after tribulations. So it's like yes and no. So like letting go, it's like it's more so about like respite and not so much like letting go as in like a necessity to let go in terms of drop it, it's no longer productive, but more so tabling it until you're rested enough to pick it back up again. So yes and no. Yes, it is letting go, but not in a traditional sense. So hopefully that answers your question, Fern. So with that, our next person is Big Austin K, if they are still on. Of course. Yeah, I know. Sometimes, like, I will warn you this much, peeps, for those who are new to me. Sometimes, like, I get to a really interesting space where it almost gets into, like, fortune cookie territory, where I just feel like there's, like, some things that I need to, like, just say. And then there are other times where it just gets to a really interesting point where, like, after a while, it's not me speaking directly so much as, like, this is what I have to say. Let me say it. Okay, great, Austin. Feel free to tell me, like, what do you want me to pull for you today? What's your question? Or concern? Or your intention? Questions, concerns, intentions, general checkup, whatever you want me to do. And feel free to use channel points if you want to tell me, like, what medium you want me to use. And speaking of treating myself, I'm going to go ahead and treat myself with this wonderful pomegranate orange drink. I like a bit of fizz. Oh, I love my San Pellegrino. Oh, wow. Toxic job situation. If you're feeling it, you gotta do it. That I don't have to pull out the cards for that one, but anything is there concern you've been having with, like, leaving, though? Because I know it can be scary. Especially, like, when you don't know what's coming up next. So, understandable. One of those two decision things. It's more so if you want to leave and go back to school, or leaving for basically different department of the same kind of work. Understandable. Yeah, so far from my life experience, it's been like in terms of my experience, I haven't had too much luck in terms of, like, going back to the same line of work in terms of, like, same department exactly, because I did do library work for a university at one point, and then I tried library work in the state level, and it just didn't vibe as well as my university level stuff. On the other hand, though, again, I was in a very extreme situation because I was also doing two jobs, the library job and a university job for, like, event technician, and I was doing grad school, and this was, like, just fresh out of the lockdown too, so I was in a very exceptional situation when that happened. So, but I'm hoping, like, whatever, like, if you decide to go back to work in the same space, or, like, in the same field, that it comes out differently, for sure, especially if you're recovering from a toxic work environment. And then going back to school, obviously it's really important to, like, have a strong motivation and a strong plan as well. Like, what do you want to get out of it, and what line of work do you want to do? I have a book, like a handy dandy spread notebook that has a really nice 2 decision spread that it gives like a middle line and then like 2 lines of like what the consequences, like not consequences, but like what things you might need to keep in mind when you're making that decision and how the result goes. And yeah, thank you, Root. I was about to say you might want to join the queue. Let me just look through my queue book real fast. And oh, nursing. Okay. Yeah, we need more nurses out here. Okay, we got a shortage. We got a shortage of nurses. But yeah, let me take a little short ad break, and I can really search through my stuff and see if I can find my spread book, and then I'm gonna do the two options spread, because I feel like that one's gonna be really good for that question. So gonna do a deliberate ad break. Give yourself like a few minutes to look, and then give yourself a minute to look, and then yeah, let's help Big Austin K make their next decision. So we'll be back. And I know the campaign is technically over, but I put so much work into like designing this, so just want to put that up here so that way y'all can see what I've been doing in case you want to purchase this. The prices are going to change, so keep an eye out for when that switches. Okay, there we go. We're back. So 2 bits of good news. Number 1, found the spread book. Number 2, also found the rune book. So the runes are back on. Yes. Okay. So Big Austin, thank you so much for your patience. Let's go. Let's help you get through those options, shall we? So I got a 2 option spread, which I'm going to break down for you. And then, and let's just see how it goes. I feel like lighting up some incense too. So, gonna light my favorite scent here. Hopefully I can get like some of this when I'm in Japan too. It's from this incense company called Shoyedo, and the scent is called Daigenko, which means great origin. So the scent's called Great Origin. It's a really nice, pretty light scent. If you're not into like smoke heavy kind of incenses, this is really nice to have. I just feel like having a little bit of a smell, like a nice smell here. Oh, it's like nice and woody and light. It's just delish. I still like my Indian incenses though. I love like my Nag Champa incense, but sometimes it's just like nice to have like a little bit of a lighter scent going on too. Oh. Pretty much I was going to suggest, like, it pretty much immediately came up with what I was going to suggest first is, like, definitely take some time to introspect, especially when you're recovering from, like, something as hard as a toxic workplace. Like, give yourself, like, first, give yourself a sense of safety, and give yourself a space to, like, breathe. Number one, like, introspect. Jumpers are really coming out today. Okay, that one's actually number one. Thank you. So that's the first thing I'm detecting immediately. It's like, give yourself a chance to like take a breath, especially like when you're recovering from a toxic situation. Like, give yourself safety. Number one. Number two, like, remember your whys both in terms of like why you're leaving, practically and literally, like why you're leaving. And then also, most importantly, when you're looking for a new position, regardless of whether it's so in terms of school, there's two ways. There's like one thing you got to look at, and for job, it's similar but very different. So for school, since you're already like specific about what you're studying, it's already like half the battle already. The other thing that you need to pay attention to is what their mission statement is and whether it aligns with what you're looking for, because that can make a difference between how fruitful and enjoyable your school experience is and whether it's kind of a bit of a drudge. And I prefer it to be more enjoyable if I can help it, because then you get so much more out of it. And you really look back at those periods with much more fondness when you do that. So look at the school's mission statement and see what fits. Case in point, I went for a more traditional school at first, and it was like, I learned a lot, but it just didn't fit my vibe in terms of learning, like how I learned best. And then also, I found that the state school that I ended up going to for my undergrad initially, it ended up teaching me a lot more. And if anything, it vibed a lot more with what I was looking for in terms of what I wanted to get out of my education and what they did. The first school that I went to was very much a hyper focus on old school academia, like citations and demonstrate work. Like, it was like the training was to be a proper hardcore academic, and that still was valuable, but it wasn't ultimately what I was looking for in my education. What I wanted to focus more was application, and that made my second institution that I ended up going to, even though it wasn't as highly ranked, in a traditional respect, their biggest focus was innovation, because that school focused so much on like progression, application, ways to really change the world in their own ways. Exploration. And that was more my vibe of what I wanted my education to be. And, well, as you see on my description of my channel, I also went to Harvard for my master's degree. And their saying is very much about like, their focus is to like get the skills that you need in that space so that way you can take it out into the world and help as many people as possible with said skills that you learned in that institution. It was never supposed to be isolating yourself in the ivory tower. So, in terms of schools, pay attention to the mission statements. So with that, I'm going to make the left side school, and then the right side, what if you stayed in the field, but went for a different office. I just wanted to get that out of the way of my brain before I continued shuffling the rest of the spread. In terms of staying in the field, I think it's good to make a wish list in terms of what would help you stay. Like, what are things that you would be looking for in the workplace? Like, what environment would you like? What salary would you like at bare minimum if you have to stay in finance? What environment, especially if you're looking for, what you're looking for with your education? Is that not education? With your workplace? keep an eye out in terms of companies that fit the vibe that you're looking for. Because I feel like 90% of the time when it comes to workplaces, sometimes it's not just the kind of work that you're doing. It also can be I feel like 90% of it's environment. You could have the best job in the world, but if the environment sucks, it's not worth it. Case in point, companies like WeWork, for example, when it was originally run, it's one giant frat party. And not everybody does frat parties. It's certainly not supposed to be in a company. I'm sorry, but it's not, in my opinion. I said the time environment is not tender enough. Hello, CMYD. Good to see you here. But yeah, when it comes to going back to the workforce, especially if you're going for something else in the same field, definitely have a list of what parameters you're looking for in order to be able to stay. And if you're not able to find it, there's your answer. But yeah, make sure you don't sink into the same space or the same habit whenever you decide to switch places. Okay? So with that, I know I took a while on your poll, Big Austin. It took a while to pull for you, Big Austin, but here is what I got for you in terms of your 2-option spread. The left side would be about school, right side would be about work in the same field, different spot. So, the first 3 cards are about what grounds you, what's your key motivation, and your ideal outcome. So here we go. So, the first thing, what grounds you, it is the 10 of Pentacles. So, what I'm feeling here, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like money was never the object here. I feel like you were pretty much already settled. That's why the decision is more so in terms of which path is more fulfilling. Which path is more fulfilling and less on, am I making enough money? I feel like money's not the object here. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well tonight. Doing pretty well tonight, Pops. But anyway. But yeah, I feel like money was never your object here. It was more so about what feels more fulfilling, and the job, clearly it's not hitting where it's supposed to. So let's see about the other 2. So next one's key motivation. And we got the Hierophant. So the Hierophant, it's a bit traditionalist. The way at least some people tend to look at the Hierophant. Most people tend to get stuck in the papal imagery of the original cards. But the Hierophant, I like the way the Hierophant is illustrated in this deck, because they lean more towards the almost like an Ent from Lord of the Rings, the ancient tree that knows the history of Middle Earth and all that kind of stuff. And there's very much this deep sense of wisdom. I figured as much, because when you're departing a job, money is never, especially departures like that from a toxic environment, it's money is not really the driver sometimes. Money is often the driver to make people stay, but it's not the number one thing in terms of why you're leaving. From what I've noticed anyway, and a little bit from personal experience. But it's very much about wisdom, and very much about there's a proper way of doing things, of living life, and just this sense of meaning. The sense of the key motivation is a sense of meaning in your work, and also getting out of the sense of there's only one way of doing things. There's multiple ways to get the same outcome. It's not as rigid. You want some space where it's not as rigid as these systems like to make as if that they are. that you can actually make progress with a method that's different from what traditional workplaces or more oppressive workplaces tend to display. So in this case, like with the Hierophant, something about like traditions and this certain like old school order, but more so in terms of there's a wide range of ways to get to the same outcome. And you want a space that acknowledges those ranges of experiences, those deep roots, those wide branches of ways that you can do things to get to the same conclusion or the same kind of results. So that's what key motivation's coming up for you. Again, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. And then your ideal outcome, Queen of Wands, which makes sense. So the biggest thing is like you want to be feeling inspired in your work, like feeling like when you wake up in the morning or when you get in your car and go towards your work, or you turn on your laptop, because I mean I gotta honor the at-home workers too, so, like, or like the remote/hybrid people. When you're going to your work, you feel like you're doing something greater than yourself, or you're having a mission, or just a bare minimum, you just feel good and feel confident about what you're doing. And there's this sense of like magnetism where whatever work that you're doing, you feel like spreading that joy to all the people around you, and they in turn bounce that back towards you. It's a reciprocal relationship. With whatever you pursue, there's a sense of connection to the thing that you're doing in front of you. And there's this confidence that you feel like as if you can handle and take on the world. And I'm not just talking about in terms of like a capitalistic sense, but more so in terms of, I feel like the running theme of this month is embodiment. And so just being here in this energy and in this space. So that's like your ideal outcome from what you hope from these switches. So if it's like regardless, you're intent on getting out of this place, which is good. So now it's more so in terms of what to think about while you're getting out. So the left side's about school, and the first card is about what you need to know, and then the next one is what your likely outcome is based on the information you got in this point in time. So here's what we got. Obviously, I'm not going to try and make a decision for you. It's just based on what we're pulling out here. So what you need to do, what you need to know in terms of if you're going for school, got the Knight of Pentacles. So the Knight of Pentacles, it's very much a look before you leap card. With most of the royals/court cards, the younger ones, like the knights and the pages, they're very much about like ask for forgiveness, not for permission. Take a risk, take a leap. You know exactly what you want. Just go for it. And you're just gonna, like, with the goal that you have, you're just gonna dive straight into the water and get to the other side of that pool and get to that goal in a timely fashion. Or even just, you're giving it everything you got. So if you're gonna go for school, go all in on it, like as if it's like the one occupation you got in your life. Obviously, if you have to do a second job to like be able to keep going, do that. But like with school, if you're gonna do that one, go all in on it. Make sure you don't burn out. And remember your why. There's a couple of jumpers here. One already turned over, which I'll explain in a moment, and then the other one I fit to look at. But those are very important regardless of which decision you take, but especially here, if you're going to go all in. So in terms of the likely outcome for school, we got the Knight of Pentacles. So if you go to school, one of the things you got to keep in mind, and the most likely outcome, is you're going to come away with something that's going to help you balance between what your inspiration is, like what your ideal position is, which is like that inspired space, and what the practical things are. So you're going to get a skill, you're going to get a trade, you're going to get something out of school as a result of that deep diving in. There's a balance between your spiritual aspirations, and you don't necessarily have to be religious for that either. Spiritual can exist even when you're not religious. to clarify about that. But it's a balance between like your spiritual and your material selves, and the discipline to balance these two. Aw, sorry, Messa. Sorry I wasn't going fast for you, but yeah, definitely get some rest. Um, I should be back in about 2 weeks, back with readings. But for right now, yeah, you get some sleep, Messa. I'll see you next time. Thank you so much for tuning in, though. Yeah, okay. But yeah, get some sleep. Get some sleep. Like, we'll catch you next time. Thanks for tuning in, Messa. Anyway, Knight of Pentacles. It's very much about, like, there's, like, a sense of, like, appreciating, like, the result with, like, going to school and stuff. There's an appreciation of, like, all the work that you're going to be doing, you've done before you got to this point in school. That's going to pay off, I think. Dedication that you've done up to that point in your schoolwork, in your life. It's going to pay off very well if you go for it. The big thing is, if you're going to go for school, go all in on it, and you're going to get so many dividends, so many results. Hey, Scorpio! A lot of the Root peeps, a lot of Roots peeps are coming over. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. And I'm trying to think of it, Root, are you streaming tonight? Because I mean, I can still continue to pull for you, since like you're a few spots in, and it would be kind of cool actually to make this a collab thing. Like you're about like 4 spots into it, so like it would be a pretty cool like collab thing. So I could probably like use the Twitch to like call in, and then I could do a reading for you that way. If you feel like in the mood for streaming or anything. Obviously, if you're not streaming tonight, that's understandable too. But just thought of it. Oh, you're not? Okay. Something to keep in mind in the future if you feel like wanting to stream later. Gotcha. Hope you're feeling better. Yeah. Oof. But yeah, Austin, here's the rest of your reading here. So here's the other part. If you... Yes. I'm totally down to collab the next time. Like, the moment I'm back online, that would be really awesome to do. It's going to be an early morning for me, though. So... Hope you don't mind me being like a little bit like that when I'm doing it. 'Cause it's going to be early, like evening for you. It's going to be early morning for me when I'm in Japan. So hope you don't mind me being a little bit zombified for like a couple weeks. Yeah, we're the same time. We're the same time zone though. So it was pretty easy to like translate what the time zone is. So basically, easy way to tell. For those of my East Coasters, easy way to like switch the time zone. Basically, at +1, switch the time zone, switch the time stamp on the right side. So for me right now, it's like 9 p.m. where I'm at. So that means in Japan, it's 10 a.m. It's 10 a.m. over there. So it wouldn't be too bad for me actually. 10 a.m. on a Monday morning. Or in this case, since Root, you stream on like weekends sometimes, like Saturday, it'll be Sunday morning at 10. So I'd still be able to do it. So anyway, getting back to Austin. Sorry, I am getting sidetracked. So getting back to Austin's reading, here's what it could look like if you switched the setting, but you stayed in the same field. So this one's about what you need to know if you stick with it. So we got 3 of Wands. So going to a new space, obviously, it's a chance for you to explore new horizons, new options, etc. It's like, it's an ideal chance at exploration. So I feel like doing a new office in the same field, it could be a chance for you to really examine what really didn't work in your old workplace, and maybe not maybe, it's a chance for you to find like how this new space could be better for you, especially in terms of treatment, like how you've been treated in your work in your work environment, and how you can see things differently and experience things differently. Like, I immediately think about Abbott Elementary. I still need to watch like the whole show, but I've seen clips where apparently in her past like in the main character's past relationships, she felt like she had to basically cover everything by herself, and it just left her with basically nothing for herself as well. She's just so used to like just buying everything, taking care of everything, like the apartment bills, grocery shopping, etc. She was so used to covering everything and being unsupported. But then her new partner, who's also a teacher, he's just like automatically thinking like, I'm going to do 50-50, or like cover this whole thing too. Just like take this, I'll take this responsibility. You can just take that one. We'll just split it. And this character is so used to, like, played by Quinta Brunson. She was just so used to like having to take over everything. To have a relationship that actually has been like supportive financially and stuff was eye-opening for her. It's like, I can actually do stuff again. So similarly, for you, Austin, I think Three of Wands might be a call for you to explore what that supportive feeling could be like for you. So again, defining your parameters and making sure it's not to the point where you feel like you have to like do everything by yourself. Sometimes you don't have to take on that energy anymore. It's okay to like look for something different. So that's the one part about work. Something that you definitely need to explore. And the likely outcome, based on the data that we've had here, we've got the Magician. So both of these are very transformative. Like, both these options I'm seeing are very transformative, but in different ways. And don't forget, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to like give up on one and do the other, or like table it, or do one and table the other, per se. Sometimes it's like, here's the one that I can do the most easily right now, the first one I can do right now, and then I could pick up the second thing maybe later if I feel like I just really truly need a change at this point. So the biggest thing is just being able to make a decision and moving towards what ultimately will be fulfilling for you. Feel free to like rewind back and watch the Oracle forecast if you want more information. But yeah, basically what I'm seeing with, like, if you decide to go back to work in the same field, you're going to be able to learn how to be a master of not only how it is to like ask for what you want and receiving it, but also being a master of your reality and how to navigate through it. Being able to see that you have a command over your job, over your life, over your self-confidence, and being able to acquire new skills, dexterity, and basically going from imagination / expectation into reality. Not looking in terms of contrast of like high expectations, very crappy reality, pardon my language, but like more so about like, here are the expectations that I have outlined. These are the things that I expect to see in my life, and this or something better, and so it is. And then you just let it go. Let it go. Trust that the universe will meet you in the middle. While you're doing your work, the universe is doing theirs. And things come together. Learning how to do that can be the most vulnerable, but the most powerful thing you can do for yourself. And so regardless of which decision you got, like, the universal thing is like, you need to get out of this toxic work environment for sure. Please leave that environment. And what I'm seeing is, regardless of which way you go down, it's gonna be fruitful. And I think ultimately you just gotta trust your abilities and trust yourself that you can get to the fulfilling space that you've been seeking. Because whatever you're seeking is seeking you. There's a couple of pieces of additional advice that I've got for you that popped up while I was shuffling. So here's what I got for you. So first off, Eight of Cups. Please do some introspection. Please introspect. Especially since you're escaping from a toxic environment, please give yourself a space to breathe, feel safe again, and really look into like what makes you feel safe and what you need to undo from that toxic environment. Because like even if you were aware it was a toxic environment and you gave yourself a break outside the toxic environment, you still need to give yourself a space to recover, because something is still going to hit you from escaping that environment. Like, it took me a couple years for me to like get out of that toxic, fearful mindset that I had through my past job that I had once that really just didn't fit me. Give yourself a chance to like recover and heal, and also dig deep as to like what your why is when it comes to your work. Like why, especially why you want to leave the environment, because sometimes the most obvious reason might not be what it truly is underneath. So go deep. It's okay to introspect. And number 2, Queen of Cups. Once you've gone deep in your emotions and what they look like, and really give yourself a chance to recover, to give yourself a space to breathe, to give yourself some peace, now you follow your intuition. You follow your heart. And like I said earlier, there can be different ways that your intuition can manifest. Sometimes it looks more like anxiety, which oftentimes it can be. And the other one, it's like super quiet and peaceful. But it says some pretty wise stuff. And it sounds random. But it actually makes sense once you see all the so-called random threads come together. It sounds like nonsense initially, but eventually it makes sense. The other voice I like to call, I just recently named her the sitcom mom. Like, you know, that parent that like the charisma is like through the roof, and she says stuff that just is so wise and comforting, and it makes sense. And it's like, I will follow you to the depths of the earth because you make so much sense and you make me feel good, and it's such a subtle whisper, but it makes sense for you to like think about at the time. And it's like, thank you, sitcom mom. You really told me something really important. Like prime example, like let's say you're about to like go to work or like go to an event or something, and you kind of hear a whisper in like your brain or the back of your head, or just a little nudge, be like, I think I need to wait for the next bus and not go on this one. And then you can find out later that like some creep jumped on that bus that you were supposed to go on. That's sitcom mom trying to protect you. Sometimes. Yeah, thank you, sitcom mom, for whispering that I should probably wait for the next one. So yeah, 2 things. Number 1, go deep, find your why. Number 2, reestablish, especially when you come from when you're getting out of a toxic environment, it can sometimes feel like your instincts feel messed up sometimes. So it's important to reestablish what your inner voice, when you're in confidence or when you're in full trust, sounds like. So that way, once you're in the environments where you need to tune into your instincts the most, because we all got it, once you're in there, you don't have to be in excessive doubt. You still need a bit of skepticism, like a bit of healthy skepticism is necessary. But it's not to the point of like, it's through the roof to the point where you don't listen to it anymore. So that's where it comes in. So with that, Austin, I know that was a long one, That was a very long one, but I hope it at least gives you a lot more data that you can work with when you decide to, whenever you decide to go to school or go to work in a different spot. So I am wishing you all the best. And yes, please escape your toxic workplace. It is not good for you to feel like as if like you're having to hide or just not feel good in your field. It's not a great place to be. So with that, Moonlit Lava, you are next. I know, y'all, I took a while, so thank you so much for your patience for those who are still here and on the queue. Could have waited 24 hours. I remember now. Is there anything you want me to keep in mind while I shuffle? Like a question, concern, comments, just general vibe? Because I remember the deck, I just didn't remember like what you wanted me to like pull for. Is there anything in particular you want me to pull for? Sounds like we got some card pulling drama. Okay, general for the week, you got it. The one already popped out. Ooh. Okay. Alright, I'm feeling these two will be fine. So, a little short, hope you don't mind. Alright, so, that one already flipped. So, ooh, okay. So here's a couple here. So we got Door to Personal Healing and Happiness. And then we also have Attachment. So this one I don't really get too often. I also get shark cards pretty often too. Okay. Understandable. Yeah, we see people it's like entire Bible, and then other ones are like 2 paragraphs. Oh man. I used to be like entire Bible, like entire book quite a lot of the time. And then like in terms of like my own readings, sometimes when I get from like friends or whenever I go to professionals sometimes, like I do like tarot for tips kind of deal. They're like deep down you know what to do. It's just confirmation of what you deep down you know what you should be doing. It's like, okay. It's like super, it's like usually I get like super windy, or it's like it's very restrictive, like you have to do this or else. It's like for you always get like you always get exactly what you need, and it's like very straightforward. It's like deep down you know what to do, so you just need to just follow this advice and you should be okay. And it's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Even my own readings I tend to do that. Anyway, let's see what we got here. Okay, so I'm still feeling full upright, and there's like one paragraph from Due to Personal Healing and Happiness that I need to read here. So let me say what I got for you. So, this card is a harbinger of positive change. The beautiful light-filled door opens into a lush, rainbow-lit spring filled with vibrant lotus flowers. Whether you're working on some inner healing, such as breaking an addiction, or looking to make some external changes, such as finding a new place to live, this card signals that your life is opening up and new opportunities are about to appear. The changes you've been working on are ready to blossom with wonderful results. So make sure you see your personal intentions through with continued action and optimistic expectations. It makes sense. Oh gosh, yeah. I do that sometimes. And then the other thing that I'm feeling like I need to read for you Remember that your intentions need to be clear and unconflicted. Whatever you're working on, you need to know that you are capable of achieving it and that you deserve it. That is the biggest thing that I felt like I need to say to you, which is that, like, remember that, like, the things that you're working towards, you do deserve them. So keep going, you'll get it. Okay. This one I almost never get. So, attachment. It might be good to do like a book, like maybe do like a deck interview sometimes if you're regularly pulling, and then like see what tends to what patterns tend to most often come up for you, and then what patterns most often tend to come up for your clients, or like people that ask you for readings, because sometimes there might be some cards like you don't recognize at all because it just never came up in your situation, but it came up with somebody else's, or vice versa. Like, most of the cards that I pull for Fern, I don't pull in my own readings very often. The one that pulled for my own reading was Libra. But yeah, I like experimenting like that sometimes. And then sometimes, like, if a card that happens very rarely pops up, it might be good to pay attention to like what circumstance that might have popped up for you, because sometimes it can be very specific. And also, thanks for the follow, by the way. Really appreciate you. And we are in an ad break. Darn it! But that gives me a bit of time to at least keep looking through this book. I myself started my tarot plus oracle journey on April for others, and I've done 21 readings back to back till May. And I reached a burnout point, and I'm not taking a break from it, and now I'm enjoying it with my family, and was even July onwards. And I use Tarot and Oracle for my mental health and practical reasons. When I do Tarot or Oracle for others, I say that I'm giving guidance and not future prediction. And that's pretty much how I run it too. I don't really do predictive readings. I tend to look at the predictive stuff as pretty coincidental. That being said, I have seen some pretty eerie things that can come true. Like, or more often, especially, like, I only started doing like this more publicly on Twitch in September of last year, and I find it really eerie as to how easily I tend to vibe with someone's energy like that. Like, I pull things that I know I shouldn't be knowing, and yet for some reason I pull it. It's really interesting. And that's my big deal. I always want to honor somebody's free will. So, like, I don't like to assume anything, because you know what assuming does? It makes an ass out of you and me. So I never was a fan of predictive, like, I find predictive mediums very interesting, but I don't like relying on them in that sense. I like to look at it as a reflective tool and less as a predictive tool. Always. So now that the ad is coming to an end, I'm going to go ahead and continue with the attachment card, which is one I don't remember getting this one when I first used this deck. But let me see here. Okay, so there's a couple of sentences from the reversed meaning that I can see for the attachment card, but I feel like I need to read the whole thing at the upright portion. So here we are. In the upright position, this card reveals that your passage forward is being stopped by strong attachments to old patterns or people from the past. The chain at your wrist is bolted to fear from the past or desperation about the future, although you may wear the mask of pretense or even contentment. You simply can't seem to go forward. The stuff that's keeping you stuck could be physical addictions, emotional patterns, or even old relationships. Are you living in fear, addicted to old unhealthy habits, or so desperate about the future that you can't be happy now? So, the chains that bind you could be of your own making. This card is telling you that it's time to take the action you need to break out of your chains and move forward to an open, free, healthy, and authentically happy life. It may take some courage and effort to let go, but know that you are capable of doing it. Until you do, the difficult energy will just repeat itself, keeping you stuck. And then the other stuff that I felt like you needed to hear Some patterns can be deeply encoded, and you may need to continue releasing the old habits, all the while honoring the new decisions in your thoughts, actions, and interactions with others. And I feel like adding this part too. The universe wants to congratulate you on your healthy new approach, but be sure to support the changes you're making in your ongoing choices. So I'm getting like, I think it was 8 or 9 of Swords, where like there's a lady that's blindfolded and like tied up, but not in a super tight rope, and surrounded by swords. And the bind is so loose that all she has to do is just drop the rope and untie the blindfold and walk away. That's what I'm getting from the attachment card. And then I think like in terms of like congratulations that I felt from the universe, I feel like it's in reference to this one where like you've clearly been trying to pave your own happiness from the sense that I've been feeling. And so it's very much like continue to do that and make sure you're not indulging in fear simultaneously. I know it's like so easy to like get fearful because I mean, especially if you're on the older side of things, especially when you're an adult, like maybe like a young adult, there's a negative bias because that's part that's trying to protect you, and the part that's trying to protect you from danger and harm, essentially. And yeah, there's kind of the sense of like there's the sense of like, why am I being so negative? Well, part of it is because, well, it's survival instinct. Survival kind of unfortunately rewards negative thinking and overthinking. Oh, nice. Happy early birthday. But yeah, the biggest thing that I'm feeling for you is you don't have to make those fears gospel. You really don't. It's okay to live in the present and enjoy the things that you have. And then like whatever negativity you come across, it's more like you cross that bridge when you come to it. Still prepare for the worst, but still hope for the best. That's what I got for you, Moonlit. Anytime. Anytime. Glad you tuned in. Alright, G-Rock. You are next, my friend. Yeah, and you don't have to go too fancy with it either. Just like, remember to take a breath once in a while, or remember to drink something nice. Like in my case, it's my San Pellegrino. And enjoying the taste of it and the sensation. Small ways of being present are like, you're sitting in a chair. You're aware that you're sitting in a chair. You're aware that you're breathing. You're aware that you're here. Maybe not. You might need to like stretch out somewhere. But for the most part, you're in a happy place. Or just in a nice place right now. Alright, G-Rock. So here is your general tarot reading. So let's see what we got for you. I feel like lighten up just a little bit. A little bit of cedar, which is the herb of wisdom, and it's pretty abundant. So for those who are wary of using sage or are not initiated in using sage, cedar is a really good alternative. Also, just growing your own, too. Growing your own helps. Buying from indigenous sources, that always helps. Okay. I felt like... I love cedar too. The smell is so nice. Another one that I love using quite often is sweetgrass. Now, sweetgrass I only buy from indigenous sellers, and depending on the breed you get, when you burn it, it smells like Fruit Loops. I love this stuff. But I tend, like, so in terms of sweetgrass, it's very easy to use. So sweetgrass is very much about like bringing in super positive energy, while most herbs like cedar, maybe mugwort, and obviously sage, whether it's common sage or white sage, or purple sage, it's very much about cleansing. I still need to use vetiver more, but I like it as a tea. Cedar is more of evoking wisdom and knowledge. And then sweetgrass is about, like, it's literally in the name, invoking sweetness. And this is considered Earth's hair, Mother Earth's, like, tresses. So traditionally, you are thinking about, like, very cheerful things while you're lighting it up, like welcoming in some really nice positivity and cheer and abundance, etc. And what you're also supposed to do when you're using cedar is like you brush the smoke over your locks, essentially, like over your hair, like your literal hair. Similarly, like over your head, you're also blessing your hair and your head with the sweetgrass, as well as your atmosphere. So that's how you use it. Pretty easy stuff. So unlike white sage, sweetgrass is pretty abundant. And it's pretty easy to work with. But I still recommend, like, if you are gonna go for that, still talk with an indigenous source, or like purchase from an indigenous source. I only get my sage, like, if I do use like sage, I tend to like purchase it only from indigenous sources. Same with Palo Santo, I only buy it from indigenous sources. There's just like there's an indigenous person from Mexico I always get my Palo Santo from. But yeah, ultimately, like, the biggest thing is do your research, and especially if it's from a closed path or a lineage path, better to err on the side of caution and work with an expert that can initiate you in some respects, or just keep your appreciation to mostly research and talking with a person who's in the tradition, rather than trying to push into it yourself. If you're invited, like, I find, like, if you're invited into it, it's super easy to step in, for sure. But for the most part, respect closed practices. So I got 3 for you, G-Rock. So for your general check-in, so let's see what we got. So we got the Queen of Pentacles here. And Queen of Pentacles, I often think of, well, I think partially because I've read a lot of Stephanie Poyman Law's inspirations for this deck, and one of her biggest inspirations for the Queen of Pentacles is the goddess Lakshmi, the Hindu goddess of abundance. And it's very much a call for you to embrace the abundance in your life. And it's not just limited to finances, even though, like, Pentacles is one part of it. It's also in terms of, like, the abundance all around you, whether it's the abundance of things, the abundance of nature, especially, because I often feel it, because I mean, the tree especially makes me want to pay attention to it. The roots go deep, and allowing yourself to be nurtured by the spaces that embrace you as you are. Whether it's literal nurture, like, it's leaning more towards literal nurturing, but even metaphorical, energetic nurturing. It's important to embrace that and let yourself be heard, let yourself be seen, let yourself be understood and listened to, and let yourself be supported. If you call for the help, like, call for the aid, call for the assistance, and it will come. And be persistent until it does. Now I'm thinking Bible verses again. I'm not a biblical scholar, but, like, I just keep thinking, even though I grew up Catholic, I'm not a biblical scholar by any means. But I keep thinking about that verse about, like, ask and it shall be answered, knock and the door shall be opened. It's okay to expect a response. Yeah, I was not. Yeah, I did not grow up with Sola Scriptura. No, it was very much like authority. Tell us what to think about it. Okay. And then maybe like, okay, you still have to look at this thing and maybe like think about your own perspective, but ultimately like, and maybe like the folk Catholicism, like you have like the saints and the angels and all that kind of stuff, and your ancestors, like especially like being from African lineage, you also have like your ancestors going, like the ancestors going on and spirits, the juju, essentially ancestral spirits, all that stuff going on. The medical physical forces, but ultimately there's still this like, okay, ultimately there's a set of rules, like the Holy See and all this kind of stuff you have to like follow. So it's like, yes, ultimately there's like your personal experience, ultimately there's still this kind of thing you have to defer to. And then, well, me being an American and then growing up with various forms of Christianity, some of the evangelical variety, albeit not directly, which American Catholicism especially kind of takes on that evangelical flavor, even if it's not to the point of like most evangelical branches. And then thankfully I also grew up near Episcopal and eventually the UUs, Unitarian Universalists, where it has like a more liberal Christianity. And then I also went to an Ursuline school, like an all girls Catholic school, which is very feminist when you look at it. I have been lucky in terms of the perspectives that I haven't really changed too much ever since I leaned more towards what I like to call an omnist, eclectic spirituality. I think like if I had to pick a philosophy that I line more towards nowadays, it does lean more towards a UU perspective. Yeah, I'm not so short. There's so many different theologies and spiritualities that I've grown up with later on, especially between my adolescence and my 20s. I don't find that I have to confine myself to one thing. There's still some things about Catholicism that I still find comforting, that I still turn towards, but I don't confine myself to one thing anymore. I realize, like, there's the law of man, the things that we write down based on what we hear. Sometimes we just miss a few things. And I miss things when I'm pulling here, too. So, all the more reason why I often assume, like, there's a law of man, we're going to miss a few things from the divine. We're going to misinterpret some things. But, like, the essence is still there. And then there's the law of the divine, about things that we get directly from the divine, from spirit, from whatever you call the source of life, knowledge, inspiration, wisdom, etc. And that direct connection, which everyone has, in my opinion, it's not just limited to the initiated. That direct connection, I feel like, is the more important thing to cultivate, rather than just passing it off to someone else. That's my emphasis on free will a lot of the time. But anyway, continuing G-Rock. Sorry for getting sidetracked here, but I just wanted to explain where my perspective came from and why that message was kind of coming through of like, don't be afraid to ask for help. It's not coming from nowhere. Some of it's kind of coming from like past knowledge, and other things are just coming from, hey, there's a reference that I need to like tell you that at least hopefully makes more sense, rather than the fortune cookie territory that might go towards. It's like, okay, let's bring it back here. Let's give you a reference that at least you can like hang on to. That makes some sense. Hopefully making sense. But anyway, G-Rock, here's the rest of them. Okay, so next one we got is Knight of Cups. This is a really fun one. It kind of reminds me of that one scene from, I mean, as some people, like, even though some people are kind of like, about this movie, anytime Scorpio, I like sharing my background. But yeah, Knight of Cups, it kind of reminds me of that scene from, Frozen 2, where Elsa is, like, running up running up the hills to Atahalan, and then eventually she manages to like craft an ice horse from her powers. Kind of reminds me of that, where like she manages to like ride through the waves to Atahalan and get the wisdom that she needs to bring back to the Analdra and eventually Arendelle. But it's very much this sense of like following your dreams, following your bliss, following your intuition, and trusting that wherever you need to go on your journey, even if it seems like random, completely out of nowhere, nonsensical, there's a call for you to have faith that whatever journey that you're on at this point, it's going to lead you towards something that is going to be helpful for you in the next moment, or even later in your life, or in that moment in your life. The biggest thing is just being very honest with yourself and having a deep sense of trust within and around you. Like the tree in the Queen of Pentacles. Having it deep rooted. And borrowing again another thing again from Catholicism here, it doesn't even have to be massive. If you've never seen a mustard seed, even if it's from like the more old school mustard with like the seed, like the seeds and like the paste and everything, mustard seeds are not that big. They're tiny. Yeah, just a little bit of faith and trust. Like if it's as small as that mustard seed, that's good enough to get things going. It doesn't have to be this massive don't think about or entertain any negative thoughts, otherwise things will turn around. No. Otherwise, people wouldn't be manifesting good things every day, even when they're struggling to hell and back. It doesn't have to be that big. Just you asking the question, or you coming over here, already there's a mustard seed of faith that you're having, that you will have some answer to work with. Okay? So your faith doesn't have to be massive or perfect or be this straight lineage. It could be zigzag. Like, it could be a mess. It could be a mess. It's okay. It could be tangled up in all these different things. It could be fast, it could be slow. Biggest thing, as long as you have a little bit of faith and you have that vision right there, you're gonna be just fine. And I feel like it's also interesting as well, there's like 2 halos and with 2 court cards as well of like things to keep in mind and focus on and keep yourself nice and rooted. And finally, what I got for you, G-Rock, is the 3 of Pentacles. Teamwork makes the dream work. Doesn't have to be like people, though. That certainly makes a bonus here. It certainly makes it easier. Because remember, like, have you seen like this person lifting up this person and carving in the marble with just the tip of her finger? You have that kind of power. Especially once you find a nice supportive community and being able to function together as a unit and achieve a goal. Granted, there are some goals that you could achieve by yourself or with maybe at least one other person. But there's a lot you can achieve by yourself. But like, if you don't have to, it's okay to get some extra hands involved to make it a lot easier. It's okay to get more people. It's okay to ask for help. Get some extra hands, get an assist. It's okay to have more of you involved, if that's necessary. You don't have to, but it'll make it easier, for sure, to delegate. or case of a little bit of a boost or an assist. So that's what I got for you, G-Rock. I know I went for a little bit, I went for a little while, but sometimes, like, being able to explain it properly makes it easier. So, hopefully that gives you some stuff to work with. And thank you for tuning in, too. So with that, Root to Rise, you are next, my friend. I know I took a while. But, like, sometimes, like, each week it's kind of different. Sometimes, like, speech-wise, I'm on a roll. Like, I just really want to, like, explain stuff. Or, like, there's so many references that are, like, boom, 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 boom. And then other days it's, like, dang, my brain is, like, doesn't want to go here. What the heck? I'm glad you enjoy listening. But yeah, it's just so fun. And I think that's why I enjoy doing it on Twitch. Like, I think after I did that one reading where it took me like 4 hours to get to everyone, I think that right there just made me like realize, like, you know what? I'm not gonna keep these skills under a bushel anymore. Because, like, the most I did was, like, closed door readings in my room. Sometimes I would just do it by myself in my bed. And then eventually when I had a friend, like, I have a friend, Runcy, goes by the name Runcible Spoonie on Twitch and Instagram and Discord. That was the word. That was the thing I was looking for. She goes by Runcible Spoonie on Twitch, Discord, and Instagram. We've done readings for each other for a long time. Hyun, my mod, also does readings for us as well. Like, it was mostly in these very closed environments that I did readings. Or I would go to, like, my local metaphysical shop and get, like, professional readings from them, like the Tarot for Tips stuff, especially when I was, like, really broke college student. Thankfully that store's still open. It's doing really well now. But anyway, it was just very much, like, very deep spiritual practice. And in a way it still is, too. Even if I'm starting to actually make money off of them nowadays, between the Twitch and the coffee readings that I sometimes offer. I've had a few sales on that, thankfully. But yeah, like, ever since I started, like, opening up, my world has changed dramatically. Like, I went from burnt out academic and tech to now I'm about to go to Japan in 5 days. That was 7 months ago. I'm still processing that. Like, 7 months ago, I could not have imagined this was going to be my life. And you know the funniest thing? I had the message as early as, like, 6 years ago. And even last year during the Ostar affair that I went to, that I've been told, like, the moment you let go of the guilt and, like, you come out of the spiritual closet, things are going to turn around. Now, at this point, I'm kind of semi-out. There's some people who don't know, like, I don't know, this is, like, the extent that I go for in this kind of stuff. But yeah, an Ostar affair. It happened last year in Pennsylvania, like, not too far from where I live. And I went to that. I got a palm reading from an indigenous reader, and he said, like, yeah, it's kind of like let go of the church guilt, and, like, if anything, you need to come out of the spiritual closet, and things will open up. And it's like, he's like the third or fourth person that has said that to me. It's like, you're clearly very intuitive. You clearly have this gift that you need to tap into more. It's in your lineage. I can tell right away. Like, he clocked it within, like, 2 seconds of seeing me in his stall and saying, like, do you have an ancestor that practices the craft, essentially? And yeah, basically, more or less, I have an ancestor that, well, she practiced what Americans would basically call hoodoo. I don't know what they would call it back in my parents' home country, but yeah, basically from what my dad described, it sounds like hoodoo, or at least like what their regional equivalent is of hoodoo or Vodun. And no doubt that intuition's passed down to my family, because like my parents told stories of intuition. Like even at their most Catholic, like they told about stories about intuition. Like my mom was still very Catholic. My dad is more Buddhist nowadays. But yeah, we talk about intuition stuff all the time. So it's like I've always grown up with this kind of stuff. I was way more new age in my adolescence. Still am now, but I think it's kind of calmed down more into an eclectic omnist mix with a little bit of UU paganism, but and the occasional Catholicism influence. It's like the Catholicism is kind of like it kind of goes in cycles. I mean, it's kind of similar to how romance and sexuality and I feel like spirituality too has a spectrum in terms of like orthodoxy and orthopraxia, like practice versus thought. And I feel like there's some times where the Catholicism comes on very, very strongly, even though I was technically very late in my Catholicism formation, because it kind of kicked in when I was like 12. And then there were other times where the nature spirituality and the New Age kicks in a lot more. Big fan of Virgin Mary, bigger fan of Mary Magdalene. Love Mary Magdalene. Most misunderstood person in Christian theology, and I'm glad that she is getting her flowers finally. Very big fan of the Gnostic Gospels if you've never read those. If you've never read the Gnostic Gospels, I recommend especially the Gospel of Mary Magdalene. There's like a few pages that are missing, unfortunately. And every time people they try to like get it printed, for some reason, something always happens and it never gets out there. It's fascinating. I recommend Jacques Leloup's version. I'll spell out his name. Okay, Jacques Leloup. I recommend his version or Elaine Pagel's. And then there was another one. David Brackey. That's the third guy. David Brackey. Oh, whoops. Brackey. There we go. David Brackey. He's a PhD. He even does a series on great courses about Gnosticism. But yeah, these three authors, Jacques Leloup, Elaine Pagels, and David Brackey, three of the most prominent Gnostic scholars out there. They've done like translations and interpretations of the Gnostic Gospels. And Mary Magdalene, there's like 6 pages that talks about the new, like the space in between that Jesus was trying to explain to his disciples. And Mary Magdalene was like the one that figured it out. That's why she was the one who figured out Jesus' resurrection before the male disciples did. So she tried to explain that, and there's even like 6 pages that explain what that is. But every time people try to publish this, those 6 pages always go missing. Whether it's like what they call an act of God, like something like some disaster burns it, or in the case of like the Nag Hammadi, somebody burned it as like fuel for a fire, so the important portions got burned away. Or in the case of this one German publisher, this German publisher had the most complete version of the Mary Magdalene Gospels that actually explained the new as well. And I think it was only missing like maybe like 1 or 2 of the end pages. The publishing house flooded right when they were about to publish it. It flooded. So they never got it out there. It's crazy. Like, look up the Gospel of Mary Magdalene and the backstory behind how they've been trying to get it out there, and those 6 pages are still missing. I'm praying that eventually those 6 pages will come to light in some way, shape, or form. Because I have a feeling they're out there, and I think in the past they were just not ready for them, and I think now we are. in my opinion. I'm getting very delulu, very woo-woo. Sorry, Root, but yeah, Mary Magdalene is my inspiration. I have a goddess deck even, and it has Mary Magdalene in it, and it's like whenever she pops up in a reading, I'm like, okay, clearly I need to pay attention to something I need to learn here. I have to learn from this person. This is a mentor. I've gotten most of my mentors from pulling a Mary Magdalene card. She's that important to me. And I think she was the ultimate disciple. Like, I think Pope Francis, rest in peace. Pope Francis was I think he was trying to give her, he was trying to give her more credit that was long overdue with how many times her story has been butchered. Even was out of an attempt to like say that like anybody can be saved. Jesus already has plenty of stories of like prostitutes being saved. Mary Magdalene did not need to be made into one. Her story, if anything, needed to be more highlighted. I mean, the fact that she conquered 7 demons by herself. One of the Gospels talks about it. Not in depth, but it talks about it. The fact that she did that on her own before she even started following Jesus and his disciples. She should be counted as a female disciple. And I think like 90% of the problems that I think the church has now would be fixed if she was actually included as a disciple. In my opinion, very hot take. Yeah, I mean, they're there, but like, I think it's clear, especially with like English translations, they're suppressing them. They're suppressing them for the sake of control. For sure. It's a hot take. I mean, if they knew what my actual name was, it would be like excommunication. But I mean, I've talked with deacons. I've talked with priests. I have priests for friends too. I have talked with even cardinals that have actually been in conclave, like the Pope, like the papal electoral college, essentially. And I've talked about this a lot, that like women need more places besides marriage and being nuns, for sure. Like lay people as well need to be respected. It's so important. Like Deborah, for example, is a judge, a female judge at that. And there's even like female deacons. And I know one of the things that Pope Francis tried to do before he passed was like reestablish at least one part of priestessing via deaconesses. He was trying to revive that in the Catholic Church. Because I mean, the evidence is there that women did that. Women absolutely did that. So I don't think women in power is incompatible with Christianity. If anything, it's vital. I am getting very much in excommunication territory with this conversation, but where else am I going to talk about it? Where else am I going to talk about it? So with that route, all right. So here's what we're going to do with this. Yeah, it's the throat chakra detox. It's the throat chakra detox. My throat chakra thanks me. Yeah, no doubt the checkup that I'm going to do after this is going to be pretty good for sure, because it's been blocked for a while. So I think it finally, whatever Kel/Mesa did, I think it worked finally. So here's what you're going to do, Root. So what you're going to do is you're going to focus your energy on a stone that we'll get to bring up to the camera, and it'll get to a point where like I can like feel it, like, okay, I got the energy, thank you for that. And then basically gonna check from root to crown what's been going on, whether it's recalibrating, whether it's closed, whether it's open, the state of energy flow in your chakras, like in your aura. And I mean, if like, I'm assuming you pretty much know a lot about chakras, but in case you don't, I can easily break that down for you as well. I'm still working on getting like official energy certifications, but I feel like I've done enough. Oh, ad shoot. Okay. For those who are not in ad church, ad church, I feel like I've done enough like I've done enough of my own energy studies that I feel like I could still at least bare minimum do a bit of energy doctor diagnosis for the most part. That I can like at least sense what's going on. And so far it's been working pretty well. I know how to I'm also pretty good at producing energy boundaries as well. So don't worry if you're concerned about like my energetic well-being. I'm pretty good at like creating energetic boundaries and making sure, especially if you're having a hard time, I can put some boundaries as to like making sure that like you and I are both safe. So I'm pretty good at that kind of stuff, and that's why I wear jewelry like this, and I do incense and stuff, so that way it keeps like a nice safe container for you guys. Oh yeah, so I was basically saying, like, I'm not certified in any like energy work yet, but I've done like a lot of like personal energy work, and I've been doing a lot of priestessing that I can at least like bare minimum do a bit of like energy diagnosing for the most part. So I'm pretty good at like sensing like where people's energy is at. And then I'm hoping that eventually, like once I get like more certifications, be it like tapping, I've been looking at tapping. I also have a friend who's a Reiki practitioner and a Reiki master actually, so she can actually transmit stuff. I'm hoping to get to a point where I could do a little light healing on camera. If anybody's down for that. But yeah, I've done a lot of energy work in the past that I can like sense what's going on. I have Claire, mostly like Moonlit Ava kind of talked about the senses that she's got. I've got mainly Claire Sentience and Claire Cognizance. Claire Sentience is like clear sensing. Since like I can like feel things. Like if somebody, for example, like just the other day actually, my aunt was calling me and my dad. We were in a group call, and I could like sense there was like this bit, like sometimes I can like sense like tension or like a pain somewhere, and then I realized, and then she was talking on the phone about like some of the medical trials that she had recently, and it's like, oh, so that's what I was feeling. And so this takes a little bit for me to like tell like what's my intuition and what's actually what I'm sensing from somebody else. So sometimes it's like, why am I like coughing and stuff? Sometimes it's like, oh, throat chakra block, got it. Or why do I feel reserved? Oh, heart chakra block. Like small things like that. So don't worry, I'm not in danger or anything. I always have like rings like this and stuff to like keep myself protected. And my mod gifted me this necklace too, which is good for energy protection. And then Claire Cognizance, it kind of shows up whenever I'm pulling cards, where I've learned a lot through like movies and books and stuff. So sometimes like it's more intellectual, where like a reference needs to pop up and I will talk about it. And then there are other times where it's just, I get a whisper. Like there's a little bit of clairaudience to it as well, where I get a whisper of like, mention this, point this out, like say this, like you need to like mention this. This is something that they need to know at this time. I'm still learning this stuff. But like little by little, I'm starting to really embrace these things. And I think even it's proof, like, especially with fiction, you don't have to freak out if you don't catch like your intuition or your gifts or being able to fully manifest them by or before your adolescence or your 20s. It's never too late. Like I'm in my 30s and I feel like I'm much stronger. I'm much stronger now than even in my teens, when I was like really into this kind of stuff. I mean, I still am, but I mean, in terms of like this kind of depth. Yeah, I'm blabbing a lot. Let's get to the checkup here. So, go ahead and focus your energy into this crystal here. It's selenite. And don't worry, I'll be able to feel when it's like fully loaded. And then I use this pendulum. Yeah, I'm basically a young crone. I mean, I used to work in a college, so I sometimes would joke that I was like the crone of the office, especially since I was older than my boss for like a couple of years. Yeah, people would often forget that I was in my 30s until I mentioned it. And it's like, girl, I keep forgetting you're in your 30s until like you mentioned it because you don't look it. Okay, yep, I got it. Thank you. All right. So what I do now is I use my beautiful amethyst pendulum, and so far in my years of using this, please show me yes. And then show me no. So, thank you. So yes always comes vertical, almost like a nod, and then like no kind of goes like almost like shaking. And then if it like goes in circles, depending on the question I'm asking, it can either be words. It can either be like recalibrating, or it can be try again, or there's like so many factors going into an answer that it's like it's kind of hard to pin down what's going on. And hello, little Princess Cherry. I'm doing well. I'm about to do a chakra checkup for Root to Rise Tarot. So with that clarity, let's go ahead and get these things checked up. So first we got the root. Let's see how the root is going for root. Let's see how it's looking. Okay, it is open. Okay, let's see. Are you recalibrating? So it is open, but it's not recalibrating. It's just a lit, like right now, it seems like it's just a little bit, the stream's a little narrow, because usually when it's like more open, it just like, the swing's a bit more, from what I've been noticing from like the past few chakra checkers I've seen doing on this channel in the past 24 hours, is that the rocking's a lot more obvious when it's like flowing like a faucet. Right now it's kind of more like a trickle, but it is open. So usually when like the energy's more of a trickle, that could sometimes mean that like there's maybe like there might be another chakra that's over calibrated, like it's like overcompensating with being open or just shutting things off. The good news is with roots, with like root chakras, they're the easiest to go out of whack, but they're also the easiest to fix. And usually it's like for root chakra solutions, it's very much about like embodiment and safety, because root chakra is about survival. And when you're in survival mode, when you're focusing mainly on like, oh god, I need to like just not be in this situation, like a fight, flight, freeze, fawn, that's how it can go out of whack. But it's pretty easy to get back in homeostasis by like reminding yourself that you're safe, and like being in your body, like patting yourself down sometimes can help, like really being in your body. Grounding, walking outside, just doing any movement that makes you feel like you're here and now in the space, that's helpful. And especially when you're working with like upper chakras, like the crown or the third eye, it's really important to get like your foundation down first with the root. So the fact that you're already doing work on it, that's already a good thing. So just keep doing that, and eventually things will be copacetic. But yeah, survival mode very much can throw your root out of whack. Okay, let's see how your sacral's doing. Yep, my friend. Yes, it is. It is much stronger of a flow compared to your root. That one's not recalibrating either. But sacral chakra, that's where your creativity and your passions come from. Depending on from what I've experienced from like my Reiki practitioner, which I haven't seen her in like a few months, almost a year. At least this one that I usually use. It can also be in reference to like money flow and productivity, because sometimes like if you're like grinding really hard in the office, or you've been doing a lot of like things that produce money or money flow, sacral chakra often hits that, because like the element is water with sacral chakra. So if you find that like opportunities are flying more easily, or like you're tapping into your creativity a lot more, odds are pretty good your sacral chakra is pretty active. I don't really believe in terms of like, I don't really believe in like overactivity, but more so about like balance and imbalance in this case, because I don't feel like it's like there's such thing as like overactivity. There's such thing as like overindulgence or an overload, but like I don't think about like overactivity. I think it's more so just like balance of energy. So like if one's overworking for the other ones like that are compensating for like being blocked off and stuff, it's important to pay attention. So anyway, getting back to it, we got the solar plexus, which is about like it's your seat of power and your confidence. So let's see how that's looking. Ooh, okay, that one's a really strong one, and it's definitely open. Let me see. Are you recalibrating, my friend? Yes, it is. It is recalibrating. So probably the reason why your lower chakras are probably like a little bit lower, because like probably most of the work is hitting on your solar plexus a little bit. And yeah, again, it's like your seat of power, and then also like your seat of like emotional vulnerability too, which I mean, it's also hitting the heart too, but like some of it starts from here. And hello, little evil. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so like sometimes like if you like in martial arts, for example, if you hit around here, like the solar plexus, that taking the wind out of your sails feeling, that's your solar plexus. So like sometimes, or like those times where like you feel insecure or you're being argued at, what's the first thing you do? You cross your arms. And that's covering over your solar plexus too. Exclamation point join. Exclamation point join. That's how you get in. Thank you. So yeah, no doubt, like I think it's responding to the work you've been doing in your solar plexus. So I think also like give yourself a bit more support in terms of the root and the sacral. Like some of your lower chakras will need a bit more support. But for the most part, yeah, like solar plexus definitely is benefiting from the work you've been doing. So now we're gonna go up to our heart here. Let's see how it's doing. Are you open? It is. It's very light though. Okay. Are you recalibrating? No. Yeah, I could tell it's fried because it was very weak. Like it was like this. And I think part of it as well is due to, again, this sense of like survival mode for sure has been a big thing. And let me see what else I can tell you in terms of like heart chakra stuff. Heart chakra is also about, it's also a bridge between the upper and lower chakras too. That's the other big thing. So like, it's helping these two kind of do communication. So, and even the Sanskrit name for the heart chakra, anahata, means unstruck or unhurt. So when it feels like it's feeling blocked, it can be detachment or kind of a fear of emotional intimacy. It can just literally manifest as tension, codependency, or kind of super external, like hyper externalizing, like putting everybody else's needs before yours. And yes, that includes Benji. That includes Benji, even our beloved pets. That's putting your needs over yourself. So it's important that you allow yourself to open up emotionally, let yourself be vulnerable. Let yourself receive as much as you give. And also giving yourself a space to feel everything you need to feel. Not just the positive things, but even like the things that you find confronting and challenging too. So very much about emotional balance. Yeah. So now the throat chakra, that's about vocal expression, like you saw earlier. Very much about self-expression, expressing your truth, expressing your honesty. I'm not feeling any tension here, thankfully, because usually with like a really badly blocked throat chakra, it's like, yeah. And even like with water, which I drink all the time on stream, it can like, and that one's really strong. Like, I think you're good on the throat front. You're very strong for sure on the throat front. Like, it's like, boom, boom, boom. Yeah. So, it's all about emotional honesty. Like, basically, honesty, authenticity, and also manifestation, actually. Manifestation comes from the throat, because the throat's a motor center. So, whatever you want to come true, especially around, like, here, speak it out. And then it's like established like the power of the word. And seeing your streams too, you're very strong on that front. So, and I didn't feel anything here when I was speaking too. So you are basically fine up there. For sure. Okay, so third eye. Let's see what we got here. How are you doing, third eye? Yeah, of course. Are you open, my friend? Okay, not very strong on that one. It's a yes, it's open, but it's like, again, like small tap when it should be a faucet. And third eye can get cloud. Yeah, there's clearly a fatigue from that one, but also if you have a tendency to like doubt as well, like if you're going through like extreme doubt of like what your sixth sense is saying and your inner wisdom, or what is your intuition versus what's thought, if you're like over questioning it, that can also weaken the flow as well. And it can be also, it can also come up as like lack of focus or easy distractibility, not to be confused with neurodivergent distractibility, because that's different. But it's more so like the distractibility in terms of like it's like you're trudging through smoke, like you can't see, like, or like through fog, you can't see what's on the other side. Like all you see is maybe like a few centimeters in front of you if you're lucky, but it's like you're lost, like you have no idea what's in front of you. at all. It feels too intangible. So that kind of thing. Also, mental fatigue, especially if you've been doing a lot of intuitive work, that can totally happen. And also, it can also pop up in a couple other ways. It can be skepticism, like to a toxic degree, like closed-mindedness or disconnection. Or it can be too hyper-focused on like how a psychic experience is supposed to be, that it makes it harder to like figure out what's your personal manifestation. So open-mindedness is the name of the game here. And it's also important that you give yourself a space to, again, figure out how it is that your inner voice works. Listen to the sitcom mom. Don't wait until it's screaming. Do not, because like when you wait until it's screaming, it's like, if you don't do it, it's going to do it for you, and it's not going to be in the way you want it to go down. So take care of yourself. So finally, crown chakra. Yeah, love the sitcom. Yeah, sitcom mom. Listen to the gentle sitcom mom. It's very quiet, but it's very wise. So, finally, crown chakra, phone line to the universe. Wisdom comes to you. You send some requests for information. That's where this is seated. So let's see what we got here. All right, Crown. Let's see how you're doing. How are you doing, my friend? Are you open? Oh yeah, that's on. That is totally on. The light's on in somebody's home. Are you recalibrating, my friend? It's recalibrating a little bit. So like, yeah, crown chakra is like your sense of interconnectedness with the world around you as well as a phone line. It's like a kind of like a phone line to the universe. Like, hello, this is where my ideas are coming from. This is where divine wisdom is. This is where all my enlightenment, the spiritual connection. And when it's blocked, there's like this sense of like, it's like your radio's not working. It's like you lost the signal. It's like you're plugged in, but it's just not, you're not receiving the signal you're supposed to be getting. It's also a sense of like a loss of purpose, a disconnection. Sometimes it could come up as like tension headaches too. Of course, I'm not getting, like, obviously check out your physical causes first before you rule that in as like a spiritual thing. Being too stuck in your head, or spiritual bypassing, like you're using spirituality as a way to like avoid your problems. So reaffirming your divinity is a big thing. But also, this is why they say sometimes you need to go, if you want to go up, you need to start from the bottom first. So sometimes fixing up where your root is will automatically fix what's happening in your crown. It's very much that saying, as above, so below. So in this case, more like as below, so above in the case of chakras. So if something's out of whack up here, odds are pretty good it might be your root. So yeah, for the most part, everything's open. I think it's like just like for most of it, it's especially with the crown, the heart, and bit of sacral, but most of the roots, it's burnout. Like it's like this is like trademark professional intuitive that needs a little bit of maintenance. From what I'm getting from this one. It's trademark into like working intuitive, where it's like compassion fatigue mixed with overuse. It's like everything's still flowing, but you just need a little bit of a break. I've only recently started making the chakra checkups like more public, so it's been really interesting to observe what's been going on with people. Like, It feels like the universal struggle, however, is like a closed or a very narrowly open root chakra, because everyone's been in survival mode. And it's not just here in the United States or even in Canada. It feels like it's everywhere now. That everybody's been in like I am working 9 to 5 to stay alive, essentially. But the good thing is the fixes are pretty simple with like the lower ones especially. And so if you get the lower ones like back in stability, the higher ones will be so much easier to bring back into balance. So I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful for a lot of us right now. I know like a lot of us, like our roots are kind of like we're shot. But so good question. So I use a variety of things. You are so welcome, Root, and I'm hoping that that's going to be helpful in terms of like your recovery whenever you get back to streaming again. So glad I could check off on you. So my energy stays with me, your energy stays with you. But yeah, the good news is whatever you like, however you've been working on like your roots, it has been working. It's like you're gonna get there eventually. Slow and steady wins the race in this case. So be really gentle and compassionate with yourself. So to answer your question, Little Vil D. I use a variety of mediums. So what I just did just now is a chakra checkup for root to rise. And so basically what I do is like I have you like transfer some of your energy with your permission. That little prayer that I did, my energy stays with me, your energy stays with you. I got that. Shout out to Alunia Noel. She's like an intuitive that does these channeled messages on YouTube, and she has this really nice like energetic boundary setting that she does, and I'm starting to use that more and more with like stuff like this, and I find it makes such a difference in how I interact with energy. It's really nice. And it's almost like a Marie Kondo kind of thing with like energy. It's like, thank you for introducing your energy into my life, and you are back home. I love her stuff. It's how I first learned about dragon energy too, besides Mia Magic. But yeah. So her channel's called Alunia Noel. So like Alunia with an Enye, Noel. I'll forward it. And she's got a new message for she's got a new message for June. I gotta watch that. I also like this astrologer named Bailey Varnell. Yeah, Marie Kondo. She's cool. But yeah, I also do Oracle, I also do Tarot, I also do Sakura cards from the anime Cardcaptor Sakura. I also have the Cloud version as well. I got runes, so you name it, I can do it. All right, so I decided to close the queue because I've already hit the 3-hour mark. Oh my god. But I'm like Captain America. I could do this all day. So CMYD, if you're still here, you are next in the queue. So you got a couple questions. Okay. Yeah, totally. I can do that. Yeah, and also I let the message go through. Sometimes like Twitch gets a little bit too cautious. I get why. And well, it missed one spam message, and I have Saribot, who's pretty good at detecting that, but it just didn't catch it this time. But anyway. CMYD. Let me see. He's in chat. Come on, open up. Oh, he went off. And thank you, Mori Moss, for the follow. And I just hit 120. I just hit 120 followers. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, CMYD, he's offline right now. So, Scorpio, you just got moved up. CMYD, he always comes on here. So, whenever he comes back, so I can add one more person to the queue. So, let me see. Who was it that? Mori Moss. Since you just followed me, if you want a reading from me tonight, totally jump on if you want. Otherwise, if you're in the mood for lurking, that's fine too. But anyway, I'm gonna snooze this one. But yeah, I just hit 120. I can't believe it. 121. Whoa. Yes. Okay. So now I'm going to close the queue. All right. So we're not doing too much here. So Scorpio, you are the next person here. If you're still here. Oh, well, you're still here, obviously. No, the angel number for 121. My friend has a website, like, knows of a website that talks about, like, angel numbers that are, like, super random. Like, somebody, like, I need to find that website. I saved it in February. I'll post it in the chat the moment I find it. Let me see. Angel numbers. There's like this one website that, like, talks about, like, random numbers. I think it was the numerologist or something else. I'll find it. Huh. Okay, so 121 stands for the two beginnings and what holds between them. I can show you what it looks like. Yes, tarot is absolutely acceptable this evening. Let me see. So that's 121. 1 means new beginnings, independence going first. 2 means partnership, patience, and trust. Listening between the two starts is the load-bearing work. 121 says the reception at the center of this palindrome isn't passive. It's the being that gives both beginnings somewhere real to stand. 121 is a palindrome. Beginning, partnership, beginning. A conversation between two arrivals with the listener holding the middle. Picture the shape before anything else. 2 thin uprights on either side, and beginning between them a soft open figure. A 2, leaning slightly forward, curved to the top like an ear. The image holds the whole number. I think it's a numerologist. I'll have to ask Evelyn Rose if that's the site that she shared with me. But, like, there's just, like, this one site that she talks. I think it was the numerologist, actually, that, like, talks about, like, angel numbers that you wouldn't think would be typical angel numbers, but, like, they actually have something. Like, it does common ones, like the repeating ones, but then there are other ones that are, like, super unconventional. Yeah, I don't think it was a numerologist. There was some other one that just gave, like, unusual ones. Oh wait, never mind. It is a numerologist. So I'll just put it in here. I'll put it in the chat. Yeah, I think it was a numerologist. If I find the real one, I'll put it in the Discord as well. But anyway, yeah, Scorpio, yeah. Tarot absolutely is a valid option for tonight. You can also tell me, like, what it is you'd like me to pull for you, like any intention, concern, ideas you want me to keep in mind, general check-in, whatever you want me to do. You can also use the channel points as well. I got inspired by you, Root, for doing the channel points thing, because I know there's some people who are just like, I want to spend the channel points, but I don't have anything to spend them on. What am I supposed to do? And I was like, And then I saw that one stream where you introduced a queue via channel points. I was like, I could use this for the mediums and make sure people actually write down like things you want me to think about while I'm pulling. So I started using channel points. And it's been pretty popular. So I've been trying to work some things for myself the last week or so, and finding it rather difficult. Could I ask for general guidance for my journey? Trying to unlearn or learn regarding old habits. That's a good question. Absolutely. And thank you. Okay. Let's see what we can pull up for you. And the tarot I tend to use a lot is the Shadowscapes Tarot by Stephanie Poimoon Law. I love Stephanie's decks. It's like, I love her decks as well because I feel like with the imagery that she tends to put, it also helps you get to a super intuitive space to channel other messages besides the traditional Rider-Waite-Smith stuff. So, like, once you get to a point where you're really good at looking at... That's a good idea. Oh my gosh. You know what? I should probably add some, actual proper decks in there, too. Because, like, there might be some people who just, like, they're like, this one deck of, like, this deck sounds interesting. Let me try this one. That's such a good point. And I've done it for so far for, like, 2 mediums, which is, like, Runes and the Clow and Sakura decks. But I haven't really gone, like, any further than that. So that's interesting. But yeah, the nice thing about Stephanie Poimoon Law is that, like, again, her imagery is, like, it's so whimsical that you can easily use your intuition to, like, hey, Green Spark! Sorry, I closed up the queue for tonight because it was getting really, really big. But let me see how I feel after I'm done. That's true. That's so true. And then you can just, like, turn off some of them if you don't have them available. That's such a good point. Let me see how I feel, Green Spark. If I have enough energy after these readings, I might be able to put you in. But yeah, Stephanie Poimoon Law's decks are really nice because, like, it has enough, it still has enough of, like, the original meanings, but then it has, like, so much inspiration from, like, whatever stuff that she's inspired by, like fantasy or certain theologies. And the imagery. Oh, yeah. No problem. No problem, Green Spark. I got what you were saying. But yeah, I like how, like, how much, like, she manages to sneak into a card that it's so much easier to use your imagination to go beyond the textbook definitions of the cards and then go into even deeper abstract moments. I actually got a chance to meet Matt Oren, the guy who wrote Psychic Witch and a couple other books like that. And he's actually best friends with Stephanie Poimoon Law too. So it was really cool to actually, like, chat with him, talk about, like, my experiences with these decks. But anyway, getting back to you. Oh, that's coming up. Shoot. Snooze. There we go. So getting back to you, Scorpio, here's what I got for you in terms of your checkup. Here about what you've been struggling with. So we've got 7 of Wands, which is very much about defending what you believe in or having to, like, fight for something that you believe in, being defensive, etc. It's like defending something important. And so I think the message that I'm getting from this, like, if you have a tendency to, like, go in default defense mode without thinking, like, having to be, like, fists up all the time because, like, you're anticipating a fight, pay attention to why fight mode's coming up. Pay attention to where that fight mode is coming up and make sure you're not using it against somebody who didn't need it in the first place. Somebody or something that you didn't need to use it against. Because there is such, I mean, we think about abuse of power in terms of like toxic power dynamics, but abuse of power can also happen when it's a skill or a power misapplied. So very much pay attention to like why you might be feeling defensive. Also 1111. And I think it's a call for me too to pay attention to that. It's like, pay attention to why do I feel so defensive? Why am I so scared? Yeah, wish for those good things, people. It's 11:11 somewhere. It happens to be 11:11 in my time, so take advantage of it. Okay, continuing onwards. So the King of Pentacles is our next card here. I see. So for King of Pentacles, I never noticed this. There's a dragon in the bottom of this card. I never noticed it before. And dragons, from like the energy that I've meditated with dragons, it's very much a guardian spirit. So there's clearly something that you've been feeling that you need to protect. And I think it's something to do with personal power, from what I'm feeling. Personal power, and especially with the King of Pentacles, with the way it's illustrated in this deck and the way Stephanie describes it. Talking about, yes, I said dragons. Hi, little princess. Yeah, you're a couple people down, so you're almost there. But anyway, there's clearly something that you're feeling like it's worth protecting, and if there's one thing that Stephanie Poyman Law talks about in terms of the King of Pentacles, is the Midas touch, making everything gleam, making things shine, especially if you apply the gold correctly. It can make things feel so transformative and enterprising. Yeah, it could be to the point of like hoarding, or in this case, not really hoarding so much as like it's protected to the point where things should be growing, it's not being able to grow the way it should because it's not getting enough sunlight, or it's just not getting enough of a highlight or a place where it can truly express its full powers, so to speak. Or you might be in an environment or just some mindset that it's not helping how these gifts manifest for you. So it's very important that I feel like a sense of safety is warranted. Which reminds me of the other way that I tend to do chakra checkups, which I should probably add a rapid category, because the other way that I do a chakra checkup is like sometimes I do kind of like a random draw bag about like which chakras to pay attention to. Like I would just throw it in the bag, close my eyes, pick out one or two or whatever just draws to my hand, and then it's like, these are chakras you should probably pay attention to. Like take some extra TLC towards them. So, but yeah, I'm feeling like reestablishing safety is the #1 priority. Okay, that makes so much sense. Why it feels like there's kind of a sense of like, I need to protect this or it's gonna get hell runneth over. Yeah, let me know like next stream, which it might be a couple weeks from now. Let me know next stream whenever like you want me to do like a chakra checkup. I'd totally be down to do that. So anyway, the next one is the 6 of Cups. So a reminder to tap into your innocence because that innocence is still there. Like, even as an adult, you still have the capacity to tap into that childlike, innocent, good intentions, even with the deep sense of wisdom and all the experiences we tend to carry. Noble impulses, simple joys and pleasures, like knowing that like you still have the capacity for joy, the capacity for happiness. Yeah, I feel like I'm feeling more and more when I look at these. I feel like the Seven of Wands is showing like, okay, this is what you're protecting. And then the Six of Cups, and then the next card that I got here, the Queen of Pentacles, it's like, this is where you need to tap into, which is innocence, nurturing, emotional support, hugs. That goddess Lakshmi, let it rain energy, let yourself receive as much as you give. Yes, we love aggressive affection in this house. We love aggressive affection in this house. It's like you are going to take a compliment and you're going to like it. Dang it! At church! At church. For those who are subbed, thank you for the entertainment. But yeah, at church. Yeah, it's just 1 minute 48, and then there's some. It's so weird. For some people, it finishes so fast, and it's still showing a minute. It's all good. It's all good. I think, yeah, Green Spark, I think you were one of the people that got, yeah, I think, come to think of it, Green Spark, I think you were one of the people that was gifted by, Son of Lilith 93 last month. And I bet your sub is, like, still active from that, because I know it was, like, around, like, a double-digit date that occurred. But yeah, you're still subbed. Because I mean, there was at one point where like there was this person that I met, well, not met, but like they came here from this one convention I went to back in DC, like over in February, and I recognized his name, like his craft name from like the website he pasted, and I was like, wait a second, did you go to this convention here? And it's like we bonded over that. There's a clip of it in case you want to see it. But long story short, he gave me such a generous donation both on Twitch and on my coffee page that it fulfilled like almost half of what my goal was, which I need to like update it actually because I got a pretty significant donation recently. And then he also donated like 10 subs, and I bet you were probably there for that. So I think no doubt it's probably left over from that hype train that happened back then. And the ad church is over! Yay! Okay. So, yeah, I was talking about, like, with Green Spark about, like, the subs. Yay! But yeah, so for anybody who's new here, I'm a theologian, so I nicknamed, like, each of the, like, I know, like, normally it's ad jail. Hello. So, like, I know normally it's ad jail. It's ad jail from Monday to Thursday. Friday, it's ad masjid. Saturday, it's ad temple. Sunday, it's ad church. Yeah, it's at church on Sundays. You call it ad hell personally. Yeah, and I feel like it's like, so this first half of like King of Pentacles and Seven of Wands, it's like, this is what's been kind of feeling like as if you had a tendency to go towards and what you've been like dealing with, and the energy tend to turn to its like fight mode. And then these last two cards, the Six of Cards and the Six of Cups and the Queen of Pentacles, it's very much like, this is what you need right now, and what you need is like TLC, a cup of tea, tender loving care, and remembering that like there's still good in the world. There's still good in the world. It's okay. Like there's this kind of like gentle energy you need right now. And remembering that like even adults have innocence. I mean, why do courts often emphasize innocent until proven guilty? So there's very much a sense of like, allow yourself to receive as much as you give. Allow yourself to like be held as much as you're holding. Tender loving care. Especially that heart chakra. That's what I'm feeling like. There's a weight here for sure. It's like tender loving care. But yeah, I can tell also you've been carrying a lot. Maybe it's because I've been carrying a backpack earlier, but I'm feeling like a bit of a weight towards like the back too. But yeah, I could tell you've been carrying a lot. And so yeah, don't worry. Energetic wise, I'm okay. Don't worry about me. It's like sometimes like, I don't know what it is. Like sometimes I just feel what somebody else is feeling, literally. It sometimes scares me like how much I can tap into it. But like other times it's like, listen, girl, you got gifts, must tap into it. Kind of, yeah. I feel more the weight. I feel more like the weight that you've been carrying. Like, it feels like it's like a tension mixed with a weight. Like, you almost want to, like, collapse in. Like, keeping your cards close to your chest, so to speak. Yeah, now I'm feeling the numbness. Like, there's a little bit of, like, throat action going on, too. There's a bit of throat action, not too terrible, but it's like you're almost choked up. Like I could tell there's like something blocked here. Like there's something you want to say, but it's like you're not there, you're not ready yet. And yeah, Scorpio, I think you've been doing a lot of work. I could tell you've been doing a lot of work. And there you go. There you go. I did. That's kind of eerie. Like I surprise myself a lot of times whenever I like feel that sometimes. But yeah, the biggest thing I could tell from like pulling these last two cards here is like it feels like mother and child. And especially like in terms of your inner archetypes. Allow yourself to be held and allow yourself to remember that there was still an innocent part of yourself that can be nurtured. Exactly. And I feel like in addition to the energy you've had to occupy, like the masculine defending itself, and I'm not talking about in terms of like traditional gender, the divine's like not confined to that kind of binary, but more so in terms of like having to be the fighter. Allow the universe, or even like other people that care about you to fight for you, to fight on your behalf. You don't have to take this on by yourself. Because, I mean, I could tell, especially with, like, when you message that, like, even before that, like, I could even tell that, like, you've been taking on so much by yourself. And you need to give yourself a signal, be it from your divine team or from people around you. You don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to be on your own anymore, okay? There's people who got your corner. And I feel like pulling something from the Queen Herbie deck. Because I think a song's gonna help. I will say this, like, she's a little bit, like, Queen Herbie's a little bit raunchy, but, like, she's also very motivational. Very motivational, for sure. So, we're gonna get what I like to call a Queen Herbie prescription. I mean, she even calls it a prescription herself. In fact, one of her records, if you look at it from, like, the sales page, it looks like a pill bottle, like a pill bottle color, like this color, and then, like, the white, and then, like, there's, like, a white label in the center. This is, like, Queen Herbie prescription. So, hey, this is perfect. So the song is called Chakras, and here's the affirmation here. We are no longer accepting negative energies in our space. So I think already, because you've been talking about, like, no longer tolerating the backstabbing, that's already the first step. So I think now it's just affirming, like, hey bud, you got this. You absolutely have it. Just bring back that trust within yourself and with the people who deserve it. So give that song a listen, and some of those other songs that I pulled earlier in the stream, and tell me what you think. I know, like, rap's not everybody's thing, but the witchy stuff that she does, it's so good. And I think that one actually has a music video too on her official channel, so give that a listen. And she's touring too, so if you happen to be, like, not too far from New York or something in, like, the next couple of months, go watch her. It's worth it. She's coming to Philly as well, so she's not too far from me. Anyway, that's what I got for you, Scorpio. I'm wishing you all the best. Wishing you all the best. And remember that you are not alone. And for those who have been here this long, thank you so much. Y'all are real ones. I know it's a lot that I've been pulling, but y'all been so patient. I really appreciate you. Poor Scorpio. Great seeing you here. You're not alone. You're not alone. You're in control. You run the show. And remember, most importantly, this applies to everyone, my friends. You are the magic. Okay. My question is, it's been almost 2 years that I've been worshipping Aphrodite. I've been getting to some dark times in my life, and somehow I feel like she is far away. And on my mind, I feel like Freya is trying to reach me. So I need to know if it would be okay by Aphrodite if I give some space for Freya to show up into my god's altar. That's a good question. Yeah, I think it should be okay. Because, like, some deities, like, share the same properties in terms of, like, certain domains. So sometimes some deities, like, come and go in terms of what domains that they cover. And then there are other times where they linger for a while. Like, for me, for example, one of my biggest deities in my life has been Athena, the goddess of wisdom. And she was a very strong presence between when I went to Catholic school and through most of college and graduate. Like, most of college and graduate school, she's always been there. But then, ever since I graduated from grad school, she's kind of waned a little bit. She does come back pretty strongly when I'm in an academic setting, but for the most part, she hasn't been coming up as much as she used to. Now, the goddess Isis has been coming up a lot more in my life. And both of them have wisdom in different ways. Like, Athena is very much about, like, strategy. And then Isis is more about intuition. Good night, Root. Thank you so much for being such a good sport for today's chakra checkup. Hope you feel better soon. Get plenty of sleep. Remember, you are the magic. And you got this. Looking forward to see you next time. But yeah, yeah, like Aphrodite and oh yeah, of course. Like, just let her know that like kind of like have like phone like, hey, I'm still thinking about you. Because sometimes like deities just like they do their own thing too, and sometimes it just might be like a period where it's like, I know you need a break. Because like Aphrodite, she's very easy to, I mean, I've worked a little bit with her, and at least when I was like younger, it's been a little difficult to work with her because, I mean, I was working with Athena for a long time. But like she shows back up when it's time. Like sometimes like she walks away for a little bit. It's like, listen, I think it might not be the period at this point. It's like a lot, but you'll be ready for me before you know it. And sometimes you just might need a second mentor that might be like calling a lot more, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're giving up on her. Like, deities, a lot of times they don't have the pettiness that human stories tend to portray them as. I feel like there's a lot more understanding to them, but like we have phases. We have our times. I mean, even Aphrodite, she has her times where she goes back to Cyprus and refreshes herself, renews herself before she goes into the next phase. And similarly, you could be going through one of your own where maybe you might need to listen to a second opinion. That is Freya for a little bit. And then you come back to Aphrodite with renewed vigor of like, okay, now I know how to approach this relationship more thoughtfully. That kind of thing, you know what I mean? And let me double check something. I have a reference book. I'll be right back. Okay. So let me see. I know there's one. Aha. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Because I know, like, they share the same domain, and I think it's like, as long as it's not within the same pantheon, I think it should be okay. Because, like, while Aphrodite is, like, very much about, like, pleasure in terms of, like, physicality, Freya is very much about, like, pleasure in terms of, like, joy. Let's see. Oh, yeah, same domain. Associated goddesses, Freya. Yeah, it's not surprising if anything that callings might have popped up, because they're in a very similar domain and a very similar association. If anything, I think Actually, I think you should be completely fine with talking with Freya. Because they have a same association. Yeah, I think it's like, I think, if anything, the vibe I'm getting already from talking about this, it's not really like an abandonment so much as a tag team. So there might be some things that like Aphrodite might not have been able to reach to you, but like Freya might be able to explain it a little bit better. So if anything, I think it might be a good thing to talk with Freya. Get some extra input. Let me see what else I can pull for you from tarot. So I don't think it's an abandonment or a giving up so much as like a tag team because they're in the same domain. Yeah, case in point, the two cards that popped up are the Magician and Four of Cups. So I'm feeling right now there's been a bit of a, for lack of better phrasing, like a spiritual myopia that's been going on, where it's just been this sense of, there's been like this hyper focus on spiritual regrets. And so it's very much about like creating your own reality. It's a call for you to like focus on your focus on creating your own reality at this time, and also try not to get too lost in your regrets and your worries to the point where you don't see the signals right in front of you. So it's kind of like it's a little bit of a warning as well of like, don't get too stuck in what your problems are, otherwise you're not going to see the solutions. And you're going to forget about your abilities. So remember that you have control to change your destiny in that respect. So what's the other question? What's the other one that you got? Go right ahead. Vitamin while we're at it. Interesting. I worship Odin for like 2 years in this god of wisdom and knowledge aspect. So I'm curious about his traveler god aspect, and I want to learn that with him by learning and doing astral projection to travel with him and learn everything he wants to teach me. Okay. So, Odin. Okay. Oh. That was fast. I haven't. Norse mythology is like, it's still kind of new to me. I do have like, I do have like German ancestry too. Like German and Scandinavian ancestry as well. So, but I do runes, which, speaking of which, I feel like one from here is gonna be helpful. Okay. That one's in reverse. But let's see. So there's a couple of things here. So, tarot-wise, here's where astral projected for some time. I want to join two of my favorite things. I have to learn with him by traveling with him by astral projecting with this traveler aspect. You got it. Okay. So, a couple of things. So these two popped out together. The Page and Nine of Cups. So there's very much like a sense of being very, I call it to be very intuitively and emotionally honest and indulging in your senses and being like paying very close attention to your feelings and emotions, and especially in terms of your desires, your excitements, your interests. Like, pay attention to the nature of those things. And also, if you're gonna do stuff with his traveler aspect, you are gonna need to like pay attention to your motivations and be prepared, especially to reset your foundations to something more wholesome isn't the right word, but like be prepared to reset your foundation because you got the tower. So like if you're gonna do this journey with Odin, be prepared to like reset your foundations because it's not gonna be what you're actually expecting in a lot of ways. Because like keep in mind, Odin, at least in like the human mythology about him, he went upside down in a tree for I think about like 40 days to get the wisdom that Freya was going to teach him about the runes and stuff. So it's very much all about, I feel especially since you're about to communicate with Freya pretty soon, you need to also be prepared that you might, like, there might be some more, there might be some wisdom that like Freya might initiate you into that Odin might not be able to tell you. And vice versa. Yes. Yeah, it's gonna change your perspective in a very dramatic way. And I feel like this last rune here that I got for you should probably answer the question about like why you might be feeling a bit of a disconnect here. Because I pulled Rideho, which is in the 8 to Freya, funnily enough. So I feel like Freya already is delivering a message here too. Yeah, she could be teaching you Satyr. So Rideho, or riding the stone wheel and the wheel on the wagon. When it's usually upright, it means successful journeys, travel, relocation, taking the initiative, seizing an opportunity. When it's the blank side up, when it's in the challenge side, it means waiting for the ideal moment to act, which may never come, an inner restlessness leading to unwise change in the outer world for its own sake. Opportunities are at hand that mean leaving your comfort zone, but which ultimately offer future success and fulfillment. The old rune poems contrast the ease of the ancient warriors in their halls, talking about old victories and battles, with the cold world outside, where action is needed. We must do what we want now, rather than using phrases like if only and one of these days. Whether the move is an inner shift, a major job change, relocation, or visiting where you have always wanted to go. Reach out for what you most want now. When Rideho appears in a reading, we can't sit around waiting for the sun to shine and happiness or fortune to fall into our hands, but must seize an opportunity that may involve effort and uncertainty. We can chart our own course and decide our destiny. Travel and career opportunities, relocation, and house moves will bring advantage, but there is the need to maybe take the harder but more rewarding path. If things are bad, this is a promise of better times coming. Others may not approve of changes we need to make, so leave negative people and situations behind. The blank side says that we may, with the best intentions, be living the dreams of others. Many a parent has forced a child into an unsuitable path as a way of fulfilling his or her or their own unsatisfied desires. But if you are discontented, be sure the change is out of circumstances and not a problem within that you will take with you. So all the more reason why be prepared to like reset your foundations, because if there's any like bypassing self-denial, etc., Odin, like the Norse gods, root out that stuff real quick. So again, be prepared to do a lot of like spiritual revising when you go down that astral traveling path. For sure. So, to answer the questions overall, No, I don't think it's a betrayal to Aphrodite. I think, if anything, it's more of a tag team. And if you are going to go through this thing, go through your astral projection work with Odin, be very emotionally in tune with yourself. And most importantly, be very prepared for resetting the fundamental foundations of how you see yourself spiritually, and especially how you see yourself in this plane, period. Because there's going to be a giant amount of revision as a result of that journey. So that's what I got for you, Littleville D. Thank you for tuning in. So, Fafnir. I've heard of Fenrir, but Fafnir? In Germanic heroic legend and folklore, Fafnir was a dwarf or other type of humanoid who had shifted into the hammer of a Germanic dragon in order to protect a treasure, eventually being slain by a member of the Volsung family, typically Sigurd. Oh, Sigurd! Oh, okay. In Nordic mythology, he's the son of Hreithmar, as well as brother of Regin and Ottar. He is attested throughout the Volsung cycle, where he commits patricide out of greed, taking the ring and hoarder dwarf Andvari and shape-shifting into a dragon. Fafnir's brother Regin later assisted Sigurd in attaining the sword Gram, by which Fafnir was killed. Fafnir has been identified with an unnamed dragon killed by a Volsung in other Germanic works, including Beowulf, the Nibelungenlied, and the number of skaldic poems. Fafnir and his killing by Sigurd are further represented in numerous medieval carvings in the British Isles and Scandinavia, and a single axe head in a Scandinavian style found in Russia. The story of Fafnir continued to have influence in the modern period, such as the words in J.R.R. Tolkien, who drew inspiration from the tale of Fafnir in portrayals of Smaug and Gollum. Yeah, because the way he wrote about Smaug reminded me of Fafnir. That's interesting. Fafnir is a dragon name. If you get to learn about dragon and Tiamat magic, you might find his name in some things about dragon witchcraft. Yeah, absolutely. I've heard about Fafnir, but I didn't know that was the same dragon that Tolkien was inspired by for Smaug. Okay, two YouTubers, also spiritual mentors that I recommend checking out, especially if you're interested in dragon energy. One is Mia Magic. She has an entire course called Slay Your Dragon, as in SLEIGH, sleigh ride, not slay as in slay, the night thing. So Mia Magic has a course about dragons, and then the other person, again, I mentioned earlier in the stream, Alunia Noel. She actually has an entire video about dragon energy. I'll forward you. Oh, Morimas. Sorry about that. Sorry for taking a while. But feel free to come back whenever you tune in next to a tarot stream. I promise I'll get there. I'll get to you. Used to do dragon magic for some time, and then Aphrodite and Odin ended up showing up in my life. That's so cool. I just okay, no problem. But yeah, in the future you can just keep you could just keep your name in the queue, and then you can just tune back in whenever you see me next. It's gonna be on the queue a lot longer than usual this time, probably, because I'm gonna be in Japan for 2 more weeks, for at least it's probably gonna take me at least a week for me to adjust to what the workload is before I feel safe enough to get back into streaming again. So, but yeah, Thanks for tuning in, Morima. Sorry I couldn't get to you, but yeah. Feel free to, like, you're subscribed, like, not subscribed, you're a follower now, so feel free to, like, come back whenever you see me online again, okay? Thanks for tuning in. Have a good night. So you want to do reading in your job situation. But yeah, long story short, if you're seeing red, odds are pretty good you're probably seeing red. You're probably seeing that kind of energy. It could also be on like an archetype. I mean, I could tell probably it might be true that it's red because, I mean, come to think of it, looking at these profiles. Hey Fiona, welcome to the stream. Good night, little. Thank you so much for tuning in. But yeah, if you're seeing red, then odds are pretty good it might be correct. A lot of the Norse illustrations tend to be red too. I don't know if it's because of like supplies or something else, but yeah, a lot of the Norse drawings tend to be red. Okay, so here we go. So I'm gonna share this video. Here we go. So here's a video from Alunia Noel, in case you want to watch, like, figure out, like, dragon energy. I think I might have energy for at least one more reading afterwards. So if you want to jump in now, this is your time. I think CMYD might be coming back later, so you can just jump in there. So yeah, of course. Look for the cherry. So I'm gonna pull for your job situation, like you said. Yeah, gonna pull some tarot. And then Fiona, it's !join if you want to join the queue. But I think you're gonna be my last person of the night, because like, and also, oh yeah, green. Oh yeah, of course. And then also, there's one more person. There was one more person that wanted to jump in. Green Spark. I think I might have energy for one more. So jump on the queue if you want a reading. So like Fiona and you, I think are gonna be my last ones in the night. No problem. Okay, gonna close the queue now, so that way I'm not, like, up too long. No problem. No problem, Cherry. You are good. Ah, okay. I have been having a problem with my internet a few times. Hopefully it's not gonna be too bad when I'm in Japan, but... Yeah, Twitch has been breaking on me too. Like last night when I was doing the stream too. I'm writing right now, but also was like I haven't checked Pinterest in a while, and then went on deep dive into vintage streetcars. And yes, I'm going to Japan for studying abroad. So I've been like fundraising quite a bit for that, and thankfully like the Twitch payouts have been like enough for like small things like my insurance, my travel insurance, like health expenses. Small things. All the small things. Will do. And I'm actually going to be like vlogging while I'm there too. And I'll show you the channel I'm going to be doing it in. So don't worry. You can follow my journey along with me. I'm taking y'all for a ride. Yes, IRL stream. Gonna be doing some of those. Heads up for my American viewers, it's gonna be very early in the morning for you guys. If I do it in the evening. Anyway, so for Little Princess Cherry, for your job situation, let's see. So we got the Ace of Pentacles here. So clearly there's like an opportunity that's been... I feel like there's an opportunity that's coming up for you, for sure. Something new's coming up. Whether it's within the same... Yeah, Texas is like in the middle. Yeah, whereas I'm in the East Coast and it's 13. So basically, Yeah, you Green Spark, it's gonna be very easy to switch. It's just switching from AM to PM or PM to AM. So like right now it's, I think it's 12 a.m. Like, no wait, hold on. Add one more hour. It's AM, but then if you swap, it's 12 p.m. over there, or at least like, wait, yeah, 12 a.m. Yeah, 12 a.m. over here. It's 1 p.m. over there. Yep. Yeah, so it's 10. Yeah, it's 10 a.m. over there right now. Getting to 11. So I call back to the place that I worked for and said they had nothing right now and they'll call back when they need me. So that's disheartening. And I think that disheartening's kind of coming through with the Nine of Swords a little bit too, because it clearly something that's been a lot on your mind as well. Like it feels like there's just something like looming, almost to the point of spiral. So clearly this has been something that's been on your mind quite a bit. And it might have been going on for a while. Hey Tanya, great to see you. I'm about to tie up on this stream pretty soon. But yeah, but we're getting some really good readings today. And you have been like, that makes sense. But yeah, this is like a sense of like vulnerability that needs to be like, you need to like honor that vulnerability. And I know how scary it can be to be in this vulnerable position right now with like your work. But it's like, it's important that you don't succumb to the demons that come with like, well, not like demons as in like spiritual demons, but more like, it's important not to succumb to the darkness and despair that can come with the situation of being in an unemployment or like an underemployment situation. Yeah, I'm glad you tuned in. Yeah, like Tanya, you've basically been like like, I still can't get over the fact that like you were basically like the perfect, like akin to like the perfect like chakra balanced client here so far. Like in my days of doing this chakra readings publicly, like you have still impressed me. I think you might need to teach my community a thing or two about how to keep themselves balanced, because like there's a lot of root chakra imbalances that I've been noticing recently. Ah. Oh yeah! I remember this. Okay, ads. Got it. Got it. Okay, so we're gonna get through this ad break. I know for my subs, it's gonna be a little bit, but we'll get there. Let's see how many people have tuned in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got 5 viewers right now. Y'all are real ones, honestly. Thank you for staying this long. If you've been sticking around for this long, thank you. I really appreciate you. And Fiona, thank you. I know you are new. Thank you so much for tuning in for so long. You guys are real ones for those who stick around this long. Okay. Yeah, go on, Green Spark. Tell me. We got 23 seconds of ads. Yeah, we got 23 seconds. Or 20, probably. Okay, got 10 seconds. Oh. Okay, so I think our ads are over now. Yep, they are over. So yeah, saying that, yeah, I remember you saying this, and I think I remember you said you reached out to like a support group. So I have an acquaintance who comes to my work occasionally. It turns out she can read energies really well, and it could change mine really easily. And she was just like, "Why are you doing that? Stop it!" That's hilarious. I've had a similar moment in a convention. I think I told you guys the story. Oh God, I'm so sorry, Scorpio. Oh, okay. Thankfully, it's a pretty easy fix. Don't worry. If you do yoga, like heart and chest openers can be like heart openers are pretty good to do. Writing it out, like having a space where you can be vulnerable, is a very useful way of releasing the weight. Yeah, I see the green spark. But anyway, getting back to you with Little Princess Cherry. But getting back to you, Little Princess Cherry. Yeah, I think I remember this. Like you said, like there's just been like because you're trans, like you've been going through a lot, and you've thankfully like went through like a support group, but you're still in a very awkward situation. And I know, especially like right now with it being Pride Month, it just hits a lot harder about like this dissonance of like what your life should be and then what it is right now. But I do have some good news, is that I feel like there might be some good coming your way with the Four of Wands, and there can be a pressure to feel like there's so much that you have to like maintain to like keep from experiencing that cognitive dissonance. But yeah, there's peace to be had, for sure. There's inner peace to be had, and I think a breakthrough is coming soon. The bigger challenge right now at this time, I think, is to... Yeah, like sometimes it's like change feels like a common cold. Sometimes it feels like it kind of gets worse before eventually gets better. And so you got to be really gentle with yourself as you're going through the rough patches. And remembering that it's not your fault. It's not a punishment. It's not any of this stuff. Sometimes it's just we're good people going through bad stuff. Solar plexus. I didn't sense that, but yeah, I did feel throat stuff for a little bit. Yeah, now I'm feeling it now too. Okay. Then again, I'm also kind of hungry as well. But yeah, I'm feeling like right now, the biggest thing that you could do for yourself right now at this time is not succumb to the homophobia that is in your family at this point, because like that can be very difficult to cordon off to get it out of your psyche. But sometimes giving yourself that space is necessary for you to thrive in your sense of self and your identity. Because I mean, that sense of self is fundamental, especially with like the root. It's the root of where you're at. And to answer your question, Fiona, I wouldn't call myself psychic in like a traditional sense. Intuitive, definitely. Psychic depends on the day for me. Right now I'd say yes. But like, let me see. Yeah, like medium, kind of. Psychic, debatable. Intuitive, definitely. So maybe I could be psychic, actually. Looking at this definition here. So while its terms overlap, intuition is an innate internal gut feeling everyone possesses, driven by subconscious pattern recognition. Lorraine Warren. Interesting. Let me pull this up. Psychic ability goes a step further, referring to the conscious active channeling of extrasensory perception to gather specific information about events, people, or places beyond standard physical senses. So intuition's more subconscious mind picking up subtle environmental cues, quiet knowing, natural human trait, everyone experiences it. Psychic ability, beliefs happen to supernatural or energetic channels beyond the physical five senses. How it manifests is often through phenomena like clairvoyance, clairaudience, or telepathy. While everyone's intuitive, psychic ability is often considered a honed, heightened skill or specialized supernatural gift. At their core, the two exist on the same spectrum. Think of intuition as general muscle use every day, while psychic abilities are the refined, specialized use of that muscle. Professionals often use the term intuitive simply to avoid the historical stigma attached to the word psychic in modern holistic circles. Interesting. Okay, maybe that's why I don't call myself psychic that often. That's interesting. Yeah, because I mean, I do consider myself clairsentient. I do consider myself claircognizant, a little bit clairaudient, sometimes clairvoyant, mostly in my dreams. But like, yeah, I almost never use psychic because like it's such a charged or a very specific term. Or it feels like the only valid psychic is like the clairvoyant kind. But like, I'm very clairsentient and clairaudient in my skills, and sometimes claircognizant too, like claircognizant too. So like sometimes I just get like this thought that even with all my years of like doing research and stuff, I shouldn't know this. It just hits. So yeah, I guess maybe I'm a bit psychic. I mean, a lot of the people that I've met through Miss Channel, and even the people I've come across through my life in like all my spiritual journeys I've gone through so far, they say I have psychic abilities. I'm still learning like how these things manifest really. And I feel like there's some gifts that are just, I feel like they're only now starting to come online in my 30s compared to my 20s. Because I mean, it feels like in my 20s and even in my teens, there was just some things that felt too, I mean, partially out of background, but partially out of background, and then partially out of fear, I guess. There was a bit of there's a bit of time that like I just didn't feel safe calling myself that, because I felt like it was like classic witch trial fear, where it's like easy way to get hunted. Hunted or excommunicated. So I protected, like I didn't, like it took me maybe like 3 years, like 3 or 5 years to like even accept that like what I was doing was magic. Even it was too scary, like even that term was too scary, even though I believe in magic. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if I got like hypnotized and I found out like, oh yeah, some past life is like I burned in the stake or I got hanged. So yeah, long story short, Princess Cherry, I think it's very important, especially that you hang on. You're almost there. I think things are going to be different from what you've been enduring up until this point. And yeah, hang on to hope, because I think there's some new stuff coming in. There's some new stuff coming in for sure. With the Ace of Pentacles and the Four of Wands. Yeah, just keep doing the best you can, and you're already doing that. And you've been reaching out to a lot of resources from what I remember from the past few streams that we've had. So just keep doing what you're doing. Remember who your friends are. Remember your chosen family. Drink plenty of electrolytes while you're at it. And you got this. Signed, your resident demigoddess. Happy Pride Month. You got this. You got this, Cherry. You're not alone. We got you. You are not alone. Yep. I'm Demi. Oh, wow. So, Fiona, I know it's your first time here, so I basically have multiple mediums. I've got runes, I got tarot, I've got Sakura cards from Cardcaptor Sakura, I've got oracle decks. I can also do a chakra checkup. It's a nice system I got here. All different kinds of stuff. And dang. Hey, girl, you just leg day. Serious leg day. Holy smokes. Lunges, sit-ups, glute bridges, squats, leg lifts, and pull-ups. Yeah, I'd be sore after that too, bro. Elevate your calves. Elevate those calves. But yeah, Fiona, I've got a lot, so if you use the channel points, there's also like it shows you the options there too. Whatever you want to do. Yeah, that's true. You got to do it. I mean, I don't have a gym membership right now, but I'm hoping by the time the summer kicks in, like not the summer, by the time like my new job kicks in the fall, yes, I got a job. I'm so happy. So I'm hoping by the time I get I start my new job, in like late August or December, I should have enough to go back to the gym. I miss my gym so much. My people. My gym people, I love you. I miss you so much. That's because it is a school job. It's a reading tutoring job. It's a reading tutoring job. How did you know? Okay, so Fiona. Accuracy ultimately is in the eye of the beholder. I don't consider myself predictive. It's more so in terms of introspection. You know, it's because of the works of school. Okay, it's probably because the schedule gave it away. I just thought about it now. Jeez, I feel ridiculous now. Yeah, no attention needed there. Yeah, no. You can take me out of the school, but the school doesn't leave me. In Mother Russia, school becomes you. But yeah, I started the fall, so I'm super happy. Aw, thank you. So what question would you have for me, Fiona? Thank you. Will I get a genuine connection in my love life, or just what will happen in my love life right now? I can answer the second question a lot better. And I'm feeling a mixture of tarot and the Sakura cards here for this one. So One of these days I gotta get Runcie on here because I think we'll have so much fun together. Because like she recently got like a new deck that's very much into love readings. But yeah, I mean, part of love is of course Cherry. But yeah, part of love is like the willingness to like open up to somebody. So it's kind of like part of it's like having an open mind, and then part of it's also having parameters. And again, I'm talking from somebody who has, I mean, I myself have kind of, um, I myself have kind of like only recently been very open to the love notion. I'm Demi Rowe as well as, well, Demi. So I'm Demi Rose. So it can be quite difficult. And oh yeah, Cherry, before you go, let me get you a song. I feel like a song might help. Woo! Oh, there was one. There was like one blue one. Okay. This is for you, Cherry. This is one of my favorite songs. And considering Pride Month again, it's just too perfect of a song, I think. Yeah, give that a listen. It's a really good one. Okay, so I got 3 of these for you, and then I'm thinking maybe 1 or 2 tarot cards. And then, oh yeah, I don't know if Little Devil or Little Vil D is coming back to the stream anytime soon. But in case you're wondering what book I was pulling through for that goddess information about Aphrodite and Freya, it's this one. It's from my mentor, Sama Corral, and it's called Goddess Reclaimed. I feel like anybody who is into like goddess work, especially if you are a woman, be it trans or just a fab or lean more towards the femme side or just have very heavy goddess work that you do, that book I highly recommend looking at. And even her YouTube channel, Flourishing Goddess. She's very queer affirming. Okay, so here's what we got here for you, Fiona. So we got 3 cards here, and I've seen this combination before. That is eerie as hell. I've seen this combination before with somebody who asked a very similar question, no less. That's so funny that this happened here again. Yeah, a little bit of deja vu, because I've seen this combination. So, let me get up my resource real quick. My eyeshadow's running a little bit because I've been sweating. Where are you? Aha, there we go. So, the first one that I got for you is The Sweet, which is about kindness, camaraderie, and popularity, according to this one Tumblr source that I have. It's also, like, from whenever I see this, The Sweet, it's also about, like, remembering to enjoy yourself. And in this case, when it comes to, like, relationship dynamics, it's important to enjoy the relationship that you have with your partner. I often don't look at it as, like, you, like, this other half is like you completely. Far from it. You are a complete being unto yourself. And a partner is supposed to remind you of said completion being inherent. So, yeah, the right partner is supposed to remind you of that. And you can go so much further than that completion. And the sweet is also like about like enjoying the sensations of like being connected with that other person or other people. I'm not judgmental if you're not monogamous, but long story short, the sweet, it very much is like remembering the connections between people and remembering that like there is that beauty and sweetness and pleasure between people as well. So yeah. The next card that I have here for you, which is also just as important to think about in terms of how to navigate a romantic relationship, is the sword. And the thing that you have to be especially mindful of. Good night, Tanya. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Thank you so much for coming over. Anyway, the sword, which is about the main if there's one thing that I can sum up the sword to be, it's about skillful means. Because swords, they have double meanings. Because they can protect when it's wielded correctly. They can also hurt or harm. Both in terms of, if you use it the way it's supposed to use it, it's going to do its job pretty effectively. It can hurt. But then also, especially when you are not using it effectively, be it a lack of a moral code, or a lack of dexterity, or just even, in general, a lack of intention, it can backfire. And then it can hurt. And basically, especially if you could hurt the very thing you're supposed to protect if you're not using it carefully. So, especially when it comes to like arguments, there are some things that you have to kind of hash out for the sake of clarity, but then there are some other things where like you just don't cross there. You just have to make sure to just not aim below the belt on certain things. So there's a delicacy to be had. There's boundaries to be had too. Yep. There's negotiation. A lot of negotiation that you have to go through when it comes to a relationship. Which, I mean, it sounds like you already know this. So I'm not telling too much, anything too new here. And the final card that I got for you is the twin, which is about teamwork, contribution, and I think also in terms of the dynamic is you don't have to be exactly the same or like this perfect couple, but more so about, I think spiritually, that's where you have to approach it. It's like you're in sync with each other. You have your patterns. You are honest and vulnerable about where you're at. You have your patterns. You have your things that you do, but then also you give enough space to grow and change the dynamic and do something differently. And not be afraid to acknowledge where things are working, where things need to be improving. There's just one couple that I saw on YouTube. I think one of them, like, he's a pretty famous person who went from like homeless in his car and then one point in prison to now being like a spiritual advisor and coach to people, and also does all these really incredible things like modeling and mentoring for young men to be able to be more emotionally vulnerable, not just stuck in their like incel bubbles, and overall just treating the world and people better. And the thing that he does with his wife first thing in the morning is like they would just comment about things that they appreciate about each other, things that they want to do that day, things that they want to improve, or things that they might be struggling with. They talk about that first thing in the morning. They always like address everything needs to be addressed day to day. Obviously, they don't limit it to just that morning, but like they always like they keep it in mind as they go. They're always aware of each other, but they're also very aware of their individual selves as well. So like in terms of the relationship dynamics, you're powerful as a pair, but you also remember to respect your autonomy as well. All it is just a few extra steps to like make sure that you keep in touch. You get the fundamentals down, like your safety, your understanding, etc. It's a constant dance. And even with that, you don't have to do it exactly the same way that you see it on television or on YouTube or things like that. In terms of like dynamics that you are looking for in a relationship and stuff, I think it's good to like find some examples of like people that are closer to the dynamic that you would enjoy in your own life. Be it traits that you want somebody to have, or just a dynamic in general that like, what is it about this pairing that makes me that I would like to put into my own life? And then you just find your own way of doing that. It doesn't have to be exactly the same as what you see. All right, so like somebody with a sense of humor. And part of it is also you gotta embody that energy yourself. That's kind of the important thing too. It's like if you embody what it is that you're looking for in some way, be it within yourself or be it with like, again, the examples that you see around you, when it actually comes your way, it doesn't feel like such a shock to your system. So the final card that I got for you here, which is from the tarot, is the Moon. And this is very much about like paying attention to what things may seem illusory, or I guess in a way it's also a caution about your fears, anxieties, and illusions. Oh, it's lagging? Is it on my end? Hold on. Excuse me. Okay, maybe Fiona's Wi-Fi or something. But anyway, it's like the moon is coming up as a bit of like, it's like a mix. Okay, great. Okay, so I think it was your Wi-Fi. Okay. So anyway, what I was saying about the moon, I feel like it's a bit of a caution about paying attention to the nature of like your fears and anxieties and making sure it's not getting in the way as to what you want to pursue in a relationship, but then also pay attention to what's an illusion and what is like a fantasy or distortion that is introduced, be it by society or just these social expectations of what a relationship should look like, and but then pay attention to what it looks like versus what it looks like for you. Because what looks good in a textbook or in a theology, or what looks good in general on paper, might not actually work for you in reality. So it's important before you even get into dating, or even when you're actually about to go out and meet some people, it's important that you are very clear about what values that you want to share. Because if you're not sharing values, already is going to be a huge mismatch, as is. The other thing is that you got to make sure that you're not living a lie either, because it can be so easy to like get so caught up in like what you're supposed to look like or how to be more girlfriend like or a certain partner in a certain way that it makes you forget like what makes you you. And then it's like then your partner is then falling in love with a lie instead of the you that you are and the you're gonna be next. And I know with romance especially, there's a lot of unknowns. Like, you just don't know like how they're gonna take certain things. And with the way that people tend to treat partnerships nowadays, there's a tendency to like feel like as if like my flaws are wrong. That like if I behave this way, they're gonna leave me. Also pretty good if they love you that much. They're gonna work with you, actually. They're gonna work with you to go through those rough points. Because when you're with that person, you're with all of them. Your shadows and their lights. Honestly, Fiona, I can't predict that. But what I can say is, if you keep all this stuff in mind, of like making sure you're not stuck in to your fears and also the illusions that fuel said fears, I think you will find someone. I think you will find someone. I think the key thing is just making sure that you're in a space of discernment and you make your views and your values and what you want in the relationship abundantly clear. That's the big thing. So like right now it's like clarity is what's being called for here. And once you're clear about what it is you want and how and you embody it as well through like the way you treat yourself every day, I think you'll be fine. I think you'll find somebody, in my opinion. So we're about to start up an ad pretty soon, so but thankfully Greenspark, you're a sub, so feel free to ask your question now. You are the last person of the night that I have, and then we are going to end the stream. So stay tuned, everybody. You're welcome, Fiona. Alright, so it's got 3 questions I'm not fully sure on. What is the best way to move forward with creating a relationship with my guides and higher self? Has any deity tried to reach out to me and I've just been too oblivious? And can whatever is effing with me politely not? Aw, Fiona! Thanks for the follow! Whenever you do that. Aw, thank you. Thanks for the follow. Okay. So, I'm gonna go ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna do, I don't really do like yes/no questions with tarot too much, but I'll see what I can find out. So I'm going to do like 1 card for each of the 3 questions. And then I think I might save my chakra checkup for tomorrow myself, because I know that I'm probably going to need one after this. And I have a few inklings as to what's going on here. I know, like, probably one part of it's like, girl, please meditate again. You have not been meditating enough. Ooh, that jumped out real fast. Ah! Dang. I'm so distracted. Okay. Okay. We're almost done, everybody. For those who have hung on for 5 hours, thank you. Y'all are real ones. Okay, so, first question. What is the best way to move forward with creating a relationship with my guides and higher self? We've got 7 of Cups. As for the third one, I'm getting not okie dokie vibes and trying to sleep and meditate. And while part of it is because I recently watched the Backrooms movie, which had a bunch of horror tropes before it, the general vibe still feels like something is messing with me. Okay. So for the first question, 7 of Cups. I feel like at this point, the best way of moving forward with creating a relationship with, like, the divine is very much about making a decision about how to establish that contact, how to establish that relationship. If you've been making contact already, that's fine. So it's more like, how do you want to continue the dynamic from this point onward? Making a decision. And allowing yourself to, I think it's like also just important to allow yourself to make some mistakes while in the process of doing this stuff. Because the mistakes are not as fatal as everyone makes it seem. Sometimes, because we're humans. Ultimately, we're gonna screw up somewhere, and I think the divine is actually way more understanding than, again, what theology tends to make it seem. So it's important to keep yourself, like, to do very gentle check-ins as you go through this journey. But it's very much, it's kind of like, long story short, for connecting to a deity or connecting to your higher self, making a connection is better than no connection whatsoever. So it's just good to just start somewhere, make sure you go through all the respectful channels, and then eventually there's something there. Like, you'll know what's there. As long as you just, like, make sure, again, you protect yourself, you protect your energy, especially since if you find that you've been getting messed with pretty easily spiritually, please, 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 for the love of all is holy, learn some shielding, learn some energetic boundaries, maybe work with some selenite or just some material that gives you a nice shield. Check in with your aura once in a while. Stabilize yourself and, like, your sense of being, especially if you tend to be upset so easily, like with a horror film, for example. Very important to help yourself get centered. So now with the second question, has any deity tried to reach out to me and I've just been too oblivious? Not the greatest yes or no questions when it comes to tarot, so I'm not going to be able to answer that one either. And that last one, not going to be able to answer that one too well, but let's see what popped up here. So whatever has been reaching out to you, in this case for the second question, I got the 8 of Wands. So very much this is the beginning of a longer or a more expansive journey ahead of you. So there's very much this sense of continuity. So whatever journey that you've been going on spiritually, or even what you've been working on personally over, I want to say the past year. I can't presume that for sure, but, like, it feels like the past year there's things that's been coming up. It's okay. Yeah, it's like, yes, no is not really the greatest for tarot, But like that's the one thing I felt like reaching out for. But it feels like there's like a big sense of like this is the beginning of a multi-arching journey. So whatever spirit or deity that's been reaching out to you to like guide you during this time, it's very much like this is going to be like the beginning of a very long undertaking. And especially like if you have a certain focus or a wish that you want to fulfill, it's like very much like trust, believe, receive kind of situation of like just articulate, let it go. Some things are going to blossom, other things are going to take a little bit of time, some things are just going to be duds, etc. You're not going to know what those things are until you make a decision and move. And so this is very much a, like, whoever that's been reaching out to you again, it's very much like a long haul. So you're going to be with this entity for a while. It's very much a negotiation, what I'm seeing, of how you do these dynamics. I mean, I feel like it could be a deity, but I also feel like I'm leaning towards more spirit guide, in my opinion, or an archetype that's reaching out to you, in my opinion. But let's just see what the final card is. I rarely get reverse cards, but I got the World in reverse. So it's like, yeah, this might be like an imp or whatever, just wanting to just turn yourself upside down, because it's like, frankly, like, it feels like it's a little bit of a reciprocal cycle a bit. So the best way sometimes to not let this thing, like whatever thing that's been poking you, not the one that's been helping you in the middle with the Eight of Wands, but like this last one with the World in reverse. Sometimes the best policy in order to like make sure that like that entity has no power over you is to not fuel it with your frustration as hard as it can be sometimes. Because there's like the imps, like the way they mess with you, or a little bit of a gremlin energy that can mess with you. Sometimes like not giving it that kind of bandwidth or attention that it's trying to get from you to get a rise out of you and stuff. Sometimes that's the best policy when it comes to that kind of thing. I don't know why that's something that specific kind of came up with me, but I first came across this thing from this comic called Spare Keys for Strange Doors. That's what it's called. It's a comic about like these two magical specialists, and there's this really good story where it talks about this these imps that just annoy this one woman who is very business minded, and they just keep, and then like files and stuff just keep disappearing, and then it turns out there's these imps that just keep on messing with her stuff. And so the only ways that her stuff could not be messed with is just to not let those imps or whatever creatures they are get a rise out of her, essentially, because that's how they stick around. So I say read this comic. I think it's what's going on. Sometimes fiction can tell you so much more than like historical stuff or like realistic stuff. So I have a feeling if you read this comic that I just pasted in there, it could tell you what's going on and how to deal with it. But I think, long story short, I think that's what's going on with your last situation here. And so with that, the last card that popped up, and it was like the first thing that kind of jumped out in terms of shuffling, was Justice. The overarching theme of all three, it feels like, with the way Justice came out. Which the focus on all three of those things is very much the thing about assuming responsibility for the things that you yourself have to take responsibility for. You're not taking responsibility for anybody else. It's just the things that you like only are necessary. And also a focus on balance, harmony, and equilibrium, and very much having a full awareness of what you are undertaking before you make a said decision. I mean, especially with the Seven of Cups, with the first part of making a connection with your guides, it's like you do have to make a decision to connect. They're not gonna just, I mean, some of them do just connect with you, but like it's not always like hi, hello, I'm just gonna do all these things. It's like vampires. You just gotta it's like you gotta grant them permission to even at least like have a tap in your life. Otherwise, they're just there, just giving notifications sometimes of like, hey, gotta think of this. Hey, gotta think of that. But it's like, well, for the most part, they won't be able to intercede unless you really let them do what they need to do. Or, again, have full awareness of what you are getting yourself into. And it requires a sense of self-knowledge and reassessment of said self-knowledge. It's a lot of revising and reviewing. And we were just, this is the funniest thing. Okay, so like my college friend and I, we love Ryan Coogler. He deserved that Best Director award this year at the Oscars, honestly. Like he was robbed. I mean, I know the Academy basically pulled a Revenant on Paul Thomas Anderson. Like he was overdue for an Oscar, but one battle after another was not the one that deserved it, frankly. I think Ryan Coogler deserved it, in my opinion. But yeah, we have a big Sinners fixation too. And yeah, like the biggest thing is like with any divine entity, I mean, whether good or evil, I love Sinners so much. The soundtrack's amazing. I actually saw Miles Caton live. I didn't even know that was him until I saw him in the Oscars. And then like James A. Janice did a kill count of Sinners for one of his videos, and then he mentioned that at one point he was a background singer for her. This artist, he was a background singer for her, and I was like, that's why his voice sounded familiar, because I only had his first name. I only knew his name was like there's this background singer, his name was like his backup singer, his name was Miles, and he had an amazing voice. That's all I knew. Back in 2022, I only knew his first name. And I recorded the duet he did with her for the song Best Part when they performed in Philly for Coldplay as a headliner. And I was like, this guy's impressive. And he was only a teenager at that point. And it's like, oh my god, like this man had better release an album, because his voice is amazing. It's gorgeous. Then fast forward to when Sinners came out. We watched the opening weekend, my dad and I. And I was like, this is really good. And then like the back of my mind, I was like thinking to myself, like, this guy sounds so familiar though. Like, why does it sound familiar? This is his debut film, so why am I feeling like as if I've seen him before? Fast forward to this year, I find out that's the backup singer I saw in Philly in 2022. I made a TikTok as much for my surprise, but like, dude has gone far since those days, for sure. And he's released some singles too. So yeah, getting back to the reading here. And also, I still need to see Project Hail Mary. I heard that's really good. Sheep Detectives I haven't seen. I also really want to see The Amazing Digital Circus Last Act. I heard that they're gonna release it in Japan, so I'm hoping to see it while I'm there. A lot of my friends saw it this weekend, so it's like, god dang. But yeah, I really need to see Digital Circus Last Act. You saw Last Act, nice. I didn't have the funds for it, so like that's why I didn't get you to see it, but like I'm hoping to see it. I really want to see it so bad. Oh god, what? As in like end of Evangelion or something else? Oh my god. I am so ready for it. Yeah, do not elaborate. I've been spoiler free so far. I'm gonna keep it that way. But I'm so excited to watch it. Yeah. I cannot wait. But yeah, long story short, Queen Spark. I feel like oh, it is hitting on the 14th. Okay. Darn. I was looking forward to seeing it on the big screen, but if I'm gonna miss out on that, I'm gonna miss out on that. But I mean, they did say like, I mean, the other thing that I kind of got told was that like it basically, from what I remember from one of my friends telling me, she did watch it in theaters. They basically mashed together episode 8 with episode 9, so it's not gonna go like for like the first part. It's not gonna go over anything too new. So I might be better off just waiting until the 19th. I really wanted to see it in theaters. But if I'm gonna have to skip out on that in order to like watch the 9th part for like before like spoilers really start kicking in, that might be what I have to do. But at least I'll be like in Japan while that occurs, so it's episode 8 and then whoa, Shinji moment upon. That's hilarious. But yeah, long story short, Green Spark, I think it's like if you focus on more so about what is the just cause or what is the best course of action for you in this moment, and then take those small steps to make those moments count, I think the 3 questions that you asked will come to a more satisfactory conclusion. And again, don't feed the gremlins your frustration. Just focus more on being present with yourself and less on the inconvenience. And I think you should be okay. So that's what I got for you, Green Spark. Hopefully, I hope that your trickster problem gets resolved very soon. And feel free to check out that comic too that I recommended. I feel like that will give you a hint as to how you can probably solve it. So with that, we are officially done for the evening. Hard to believe we've been up for 5 hours, and I've been up since like 7. So for those who have stuck around for this long, thank you. You guys have been real ones. So I am still gonna raid at least, so that way if anybody wants like a second opinion or just wants to just chill out, you're welcome to do so. But anyways, it's a trickster out of friction form of manifestation. I would have thrown it out my window at this point. Are you sure you want to bother with that? But anyway. Oh my god, Scorpio, thank you. You guys are real ones. Thank you so much for lasting as long as you have. So the last stream before I'm going to leave will be happening tomorrow. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be the last stream before I officially go off to Japan, and then I'm going to be off the rest of the week. So, and then maybe like most of next week as well. I think maybe like until like maybe like the Saturday after I arrive, so that way we were at once one with rage for the one fuel with annoyance. That's hilarious. But yeah, like I'm gonna be mostly adjusting to the time zone in Japan for the first week, so I don't feel comfortable streaming during that period. But I'm gonna see how much I can actually film, even though I'm gonna be like partly jet lagged through that. So sorry. But anyway, yeah, tomorrow's gonna be like my last like pre-trip stream, and then like the rest of the week's gonna be like packing, and then traveling, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, don't know what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow, but we will see. But anyways, yeah, I didn't delete that schedule, so like ignore that. But yeah, it might be. I don't think I'll be back with Seer Saturday until probably the 20th at the earliest. 20th at the earliest, 27th at the latest. So it's gonna be a little bit of time for me to get back to it, but I will be getting back to it. And in terms of games and stuff, don't know what I'm gonna do, but we'll see. The charity of the season is the Betweeniors network. I'm still working on like getting a contribution for that portion, but it's going to be there. Tomorrow, or actually technically later on today, I am running a Japanese English online language exchange group, which happens on Monday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which would be about 10 a.m. In Japan. What was I saying? Oh yeah, link is in the link is in the Guy Kokugo, like basically the foreign language thread on my Discord if you want to play around with that. Discord listening party, I decided to take it a pause until I get back in the United States in July. So there's that. And then, like I said earlier, if you want to listen to some of the songs that I pulled during my streams, but live, Queen Herbie is doing a tour for Isle of Queen. Last check, there's still some tickets left for like the city that I want to go to. But yeah, if you happen to be in the United States, in the countries in the United States, and you want to watch a concert full of feel-good witchy music, check it out. And the campaign is technically ended, but I am still going to keep the items up until the end of my trip. So if you want to if you want to buy my wares here, you can do that. The stuff listed on the side of the screen on my coffee page. You can also just donate as well if you want to. You can just continue tuning into the channel. You can subscribe. You can donate via my coffee or bits, or you can purchase the campaign items listed on the right side of the screen. So here's my socials in case you want to check me out outside of this channel. I've got Blue Sky. I keep forgetting to put the Blue Sky notification, but it's okay. I got Discord. I got TikTok. I got Twitch. I also simulcast on YouTube. So if the video goes away on here, be it length or something else, it is always on my YouTube. It never gets deleted. My second channel, Theological Otaku, is where I'm going to put my travel vlogs, as well as video essays. But if you like more of the written word, I've got a Substack, thirdnerd.substack.com. Like I said earlier, I have a coffee shop, so you can donate or shop there. But if you prefer more physical items, I have a Throne wish list, throne.com/Tondrasia. Finally, this episode was filmed in the lands of the Nanticoke and Lenape peoples, the indigenous peoples of this region. If you want to learn more about whose indigenous lands you're living on, maybe learn a bit of history, ways you can contribute to the project, etc., visit native-land.ca. Let's honor indigenous sovereignty around this region. But yeah, with that, I feel like we have finally come to an end. My energy stays with me. Your energy stays with you. All right. So thank you again for everybody who has tuned in tonight. We hit like double digits today, so I really appreciate y'all. I know we've been out here for like 5.5 hours, so I'm basically breaking records every time I do these tarot streams. I'll try to do it earlier in the day sometimes whenever I can. But anyway, stay safe out there. Happy Pride Month. Hope you all had an awesome weekend. And as always, may your heart be your guiding key. Till next time, I'll see you later. So, last pre-trip stream is happening tomorrow. So, don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, but we shall see. So, for those who are tuned in live on Twitch, stand by for a raid. For those who are watching the replay or on YouTube, this is the end of the video. Special thanks to Chill Hop Radio for the amazing background music that we've been playing through this entire stream. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Bye, everybody.